Okay, thank you for your patience. If anyone's here, I appreciate it. I hope it wasn't too much of a wait, but I think we're ready to start. Let me lower the volume of that a bit. Okay, and here we have the Jin that I started the other day. We went Jin for the specific purpose of finding out if you get necromancy spells or spells that the Shining One hates as a Jin. So far, I haven't really gotten any. I got Animate Dead before I went the Shining One, so yeah. I don't really mind that I got Animate Dead, because I wasn't even gonna be using Animate Dead anyway. So going the Shining One doesn't really affect me. Not a spell that I'm too much of a fan of. Okay, so this new ring mail that we just found, pretty decent, I would say. Probably not what I need right now. The willpower is pretty nice though. But with that ring, I won't need any willpower for the rest of the game. I guess we can like take it off. Um, Now that I have one pip of cold resistance from the shield, I guess I can use the troll letter. Yeah, troll letter is pretty good as a Jin. Gets me back my juice much faster. I see something funny here. They have less base regeneration than. Oh, never mind. I have an amulet of reflection. I thought I had an amulet of regeneration, but it's definitely not the case. Um, why did I pick up a useless item? Weird. Very annoying that we just got netted. Um, yeah, that is an issue. Okay, so Bug is how we are killing things here. Bug turns shallow water and like plain tiles that are not adjacent to a wall into that, which is pretty much poisonous lava. It's not really lava, but it is extremely poisonous. It is so poisonous that it brings monsters from like not poison to extremely poison in like a single turn. It's such a good spell to have. I am very much a fan of it. Um, yeah, pretty good spell. The only issue with it is that it doesn't turn deep water into what it's yeah, doesn't transmit a deep water, right? So deep water is like absent from its effect, and also tiles that are like surround or like adjacent to walls don't get turned into the bog, which is really annoying and really does like remove a lot of utility off of the spell. Um, okay. So yeah, my the way to kill things for me is to like just cast bog and let the things kill themselves pretty much. Not much else that we can really do. What was the key combination for that? Okay. Even if I encounter something while flying over deep water, it's fine because I still have like a couple of spells that I can use to hold my own in such an event. Fortunately, Mystic Blast does the job quite well. What was the key that I was using for Bog? Yeah, Bug just melts monsters. It's like amazing how fast it kills them. I wish it was a bit more versatile. It really is the opposite of what I would call versatile right now, but it is strong nonetheless. I am very much a fan of the Bog spell, and I would recommend everyone to give it a try. Um, Even if it's not like the best spell in the world, it's still pretty good nonetheless. Um, Wow, what's up with the picking up of useless items? It's happening so much. Antique weapon shop. I don't need a weapon. Yeah, none of those things like really appeal to me. So yeah, Shows is one of the better places where you can use Noxious Bog because most of the tiles are either shallow water or just like affected by the bog effect. So it's like really easy to actually take advantage of it. Um, if that Javelineer doesn't move away from there, we are gonna have some issues. Okay, that was a bit tricky, a bit dangerous too, but at the end of the day we came out ahead. I only had to use some charges of Ice Blast, which is okay because I am a spellcaster. I won't be using my wands in a normal situation because I have spells for that. But against those merfolk in the position they were in, I thought the safest thing to do was to just use my wand. Okay, I wonder if I am vulnerable to fluids or to drowning because I just saw a patch note that pretty much said don't make a water strike deal more damage against monsters that are or against players that are affected more by fluids or something along those lines. And yeah, I'm kind of interested in finding out what that is supposed to mean. Okay, that was tricky, very tricky. I got affected by my own explosion. Only took 17, which is fine, but it's always scary to be affected by your own explosion. Yeah, that is definitely the room vault. Found a barnacled rune of Sot. If I had a port, that would be my time for to port it and just get out. But since I don't have it, we're gonna just why did I take 13 damage? Oh, because of the airstrike. Yeah, that wind drake airstruck me and dealt 13 damage. It's okay. I'm gonna teleport now. I guess I might as well just like try to kill a couple of these guys before teleporting. Okay, as long as that's the only thing that comes my way, we should be okay. Okay, not even that merfolk was aware enough to come my way and kill me. So we are okay in that regard. I think these guys are immune to Dreamship because I have been within line of sight of a couple of them. Haven't been put to sleep ever by Dreamship as a Jinn, which is something that I really like, by the way. Don't misunderstand me as complaining. I really enjoy the fact that they cannot be put to sleep because I don't like how Dreamship just like do this bad thing to you with like no counterplay other than not have a bunch of Dreamship on line of sight. Um, I don't like how that functions. Never liked it. I feel like it's maybe a bit too strong. Um, Oh, that is annoying. Not really an issue, but yes, annoying. The Aquamancer sneaking in on me while I'm fighting this Manticore. Okay, there we go. Noxious Bug is amazing. I really like what Noxious Bug does for shows. I don't like how it's like so extremely situational, but it is really a strong spell if you can like get away with using it, which I can certainly do in shows. Shows is the perfect part of the game for a player to use. For a player to use this spell, yes. Even the fact that the monsters swim faster in water is not really that big of an issue to a Noxious Bug user because wow, okay. I hate water nymphs. They suck. Are they fast? They are not fast. Okay. So I just pretty much need to keep walking away. And now that I am in shallow water, we should be okay. Cannot be water struck if I am standing on shallow water. So all that's left to do is to wait for the water nymph to... Oh, the water in aura covers a toxic bug. That is annoying. That is really awful. Well, for those cases, we have paralysis. No, it has too much willpower. Acid, too far away. Ice Blast. Ice Blast kind of works. Yeah, it does deal a ton of damage. I don't really have a spell that I can use in this situation. Like things either deal too little damage. I think I have Magic Dart. It doesn't deal like any damage. I mean, I guess it was enough to kill the War Nymph in that situation because it was too low in HP. But it's either too little damage or too situational. I don't have like any one good spell that I would like to use in most situations. Maybe Conjure Ball Lightning could be that spell. Unfortunately, I don't have resistance to electricity myself, and using Conjure Ball Lightning without resistance to electricity is like a really bad idea. You're just gonna get yourself killed. Do I even need that? I guess I do. But what I probably don't need anymore are a couple of these rings. Yeah, nice rings, but unfortunately cannot give them the best of uses because I am not an octopode and I only have 2 ring slots, and what I currently have is better. Or equal, I guess. Okay, Conjure Ball Lightning kinda worked there. Not gonna complain about what happened there. I feel like it went pretty well for me. Okay, I cannot believe that alligator snapping turtle didn't die from that. No, actually I can kind of believe it, because it does have a million HP, so it's kind of understandable that it didn't die. Unfortunate, but understandable. Okay, it would be fantastic if I could do anything to that Merfolk Javelineer. LRD kinda sucks. It won't kill it in time. Yeah, took me 3 casts. I guess I shouldn't really complain too much, but I don't know. I feel like LRD's damage is a bit too lackluster. Um, hmm. Yeah, we are these Merfolk Javelineers are such a pain for my character. I am out of heal wounds. Okay, my strategy kind of worked surprisingly. I was not expecting it to work, but it certainly did function quite well. So what I was doing it was like I secured the door, and I just waited for the Javelineer to open the door. Then I pushed the Javelineer away, and then I closed the door, regain a couple of HP, rinse and repeat. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to directly kill any Javelineers that we encounter, like, for example, Iron Shot or Orb of Destruction. I would enjoy finding some of those spells, but it hasn't been the case for my character, unfortunately. So we have to make do with what we have. And the same can be said for life. You have to make do with what you have. A very important lesson to learn in life. That is not to say that you shouldn't strive to get more, but for the time being, you should make do with what you have until better conditions arrive. At least that's what I try to do in life. With that being said, and coming back to the game, we keep encountering a couple of merfolk. It's not too difficult for me to lure them into the noxious bog. Most of them die like very easily to that. The only issue that we have in shoals is when we find monsters that fly. Monsters that fly are a serious problem. There was a Cyclops in Shoals 1. Did I skip Shoals 1 or something? Must have skipped Shoals 1. Yeah, we're gonna enter Spider. Spider kinda sucks. I don't like Spider. Never liked it. Alrighty, so far so good. Oh, look at that, an alligator snapping turtle. Okay, Noxious Bug does some serious damage. I really like the spell when I can give it some use. If you cannot use it, it's well, I guess it goes without saying, but if you cannot encounter yourself in the proper situation to use it, it's like a really bad spell. It's actually like a useless spell, which is in my opinion something that you don't really want to see in a level 6 spell, but in the right condition or in the right situation, it is really a strong spell. I really like it. And with that being said, we can go to Spider. I think Spider will also be kind of easy for my character. For the same reasons Shoals was easy. Well, easy is a bit of an overstatement, but not absolutely terrifying like it is for some characters, especially melee characters. Or mage characters rather. Characters without a lot of armor class kind of suffer in this horrible place. But hopefully we can get in like a couple of noxious bugs that can get me easy kills on these spiders. That will hurt if it hits me. Okay, yeah, as you can see, like the difference in like turns that monsters here can take on Noxious Bug and monsters in Shoals can take in Noxious Bug is like quite noticeable. Like these monsters take much less to die. Not only do they have less HP, they also are vulnerable to poison, which monsters in Shoals are not. So they die like much faster. It is pretty good. Unfortunately, Spider is like full of walls, and it's very rare to encounter a Spider where you can actually like make optimal use of Noxious Bug. This seems to be it, kind of. The layout was really in my favor in this occasion. Okay, so this Emperor Scorpion is actually one of the few monsters in here that is poison resistant, so it's gonna take a while for me to kill it with Noxious Bug plus Mystic Blast, but we do get the kill. Yeah, the difference between a big HP monster that is not poison resistant and a big HP monster that is, when it comes to Noxious Bug, the difference is like night and day. It's actually kind of impressive how much of a damage difference there is. Oh, nice. The orb of destruction reflects off an invisible shield around you. Very convenient thing to happen. Not gonna complain about that one. So it even deals damage to poison immune monsters. It doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it certainly does deal damage, which is very convenient. Okay, so yeah, these spiders just being spiders, jumping around, having a lot of evasion, being very annoying. But fortunately, Noxious Bug doesn't even check evasion, it just checks if the monster is flying and is standing on the tile. And if it's not flying but it is standing on the tile, then it just receives a ton of damage and gets seriously poisoned. I really enjoy the spell. Perfect spell to get for a game where you get shoals and spider. Normally I like to do bolts before or after getting my first rune. In a game like this, I won't really have the need to do that. Yeah, we're gonna train these like that. 21 fighting and 18 spellcasting, and at some point very soon I should get some invocations. Invocations with the Shining One kind of completes the character, or the god, you know? Because as it is right now, I don't have access to Cleansing Flame, don't have access to the Angels, I don't have access to Condensation Shield, or it's not really Condensation Shield, but for practical purposes it's the same thing. So yeah, I should really get some invocations with the Shining One. I also just realized that I don't really have a good way to deal with melee. Yeah, which obviously turns out like this, with me staying at 40 something HP, going down to 38 with an orb of destruction flying my way. That's not a very good thing to see. I wish I had some resistance to electricity so I can use Conjurable Lightning. Okay, you know what? I have resistance to electricity, so I think it's not a terrible idea to just wield that for now. And spam Conjurable Lightning. And Conjurable Lightning kills everything. Like, it's no overstatement, it legit kills everything. If the thing is not resistant to electricity, it just like gets absolutely nuked by Conjurable Lightning. It is kind of a damaging effect for you, but it is much more damaging for the monsters. And at the end of the day, that's kind of what matters. Yep. We take a lot of damage even with resistance to electricity. But once we are done, we can go back to wielding the Staff of Conjuration. I'm very glad that I decided to pick that up. I completely forgot about it. I think that was the last thing I did on my previous stream on Tuesday, and I just like completely forgot about it. But yeah, it's gonna be like a really useful thing to have. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Oh, a miscast. And then the Wolf Spider hits me for 22. Miscast with 2%. Unlucky. Truly unlucky. I don't have fear. Fear would be good here. I don't like how much my character is like being put in this kind of life or death situation. It's been happening quite often. Sorry if I go quiet or mute for a couple of seconds. It's just that I'm taking a bite from this sandwich. I didn't really have a chance to eat before the stream. I had a kind of a light lunch much earlier in the day, and I was getting kind of hungry, so I got myself a sandwich, but I haven't really finished it. So I think I can just like walk towards the stairs, and whenever a wolf spider gets close to me, I can push it away. What's the key for that? Because I have it on... Okay, that worked out perfectly. No need to panic, because I had all the tools to make a consumable-free escape there, even if a bit tense, of course. So these random walls are gonna like troll my noxious bug quite a bit. As you can see there, like if it was not for these two walls, it would cover pretty much the entirety of the screen, which obviously would be quite fantastic, very useful, but it is certainly not the case. Okay, the combination of Noxious Bug and Mystic Blast to push monsters away from you when they reach you through the bug, to make them like wade through the bug again and take some serious damage in the meantime, pretty good. I enjoy the synergy quite a bit. I like Jin a lot. Like, Jin forces you to figure out synergies with spells that normally you wouldn't be using. I wouldn't use Noxious Bug normally. And I would not use Mystic Blast normally. This character started as a Conjurer, so it does have access to Mystic Blast, but normally I don't get it. I don't think there's any good way for me to sidestep this thing. Oh, okay, I did manage to sidestep it, surprising. Really wasn't expecting that to work, but it did. Oh, okay. Not gonna complain about that one. So yeah. I kind of want my character to get to experience level 19 already, so we can see what the next spell that we get is. I've noticed that throughout the latter part of the game, like experience level 19 onwards, you get some very high level spells as a Jin, and I certainly want to find out what high level spells I get. Alright, so far so good. Okay, I don't like the auto picking up of useless darts. I have a setting in my RC file that prevents that from happening. I think some changes in auto pickup in this version have like overridden my setting in Crawl. It's kind of lame. I wish it wasn't the case. Oh, look at that. 2 potions of haste back to back. Okay, funny thing, I was trying to use Mystic Blast, but the Emperor Scorpion was um, in a tile where if it had been pushed away one, it would have landed on deep water. I don't know if it was getting pushed. I think Emperor Scorpions can swim through deep water, um, so I don't know how that worked for sure. What I know is that for practical purposes, the Emperor Scorpion never really left my melee range, which was kind of scary because those things hit very hard, and I don't really have a lot of armor class to go around taking hits from random monsters, you know? This character didn't happen to get statue form. My two successful Jin before this one have gotten statue form, which is, as probably most of you already know, one of my favorite spells. This one didn't get it, but it's okay because you cannot, or rather, you shouldn't rely on like any one spell to win you the game. Spells are not a very easy thing to get. Even statue form that is like guaranteed to drop if you fight Roxanne is something that you shouldn't really rely upon. Okay, this kind of looks like a situation where it would be a good idea for me to pull out the ball lightning. I'm kind of low on HP. I guess we can deal with that. Like step 1, step around here. Step 2, cast this. Step 3, push things away from you. Step 4, hide behind the ghost moth, so the emperor or so the orb of destruction doesn't hit you. Okay. Step 5, fail at that. Hey, we reflected it. Let's go. The orb of destruction reflects off an invisible shield around you. Shoutouts to having reflection as a property. A lot of people don't really like it that much. I don't really like it that much. I would prefer to have regeneration with this particular character, but I'm not gonna complain if I get some perks out of it, you know? Pretty good. Good ring, not gonna lie. The manual fighting, on the other hand, like absolutely destroys the ring. The manual fighting is like on another level. Let me also drop something that I am carrying that I just picked up and that I don't really want, unfortunately. I would love to use all these rings of evasion and protection that we have been getting, but not as a Jin, not as a Jin. I cannot justify taking off that ring of willpower. Very good, very strong. And the ring of evasion is like kind of a flexible slot, of course, but for now I don't really have anything better than it. Ah, yes, Rupert. Well, I have so much willpower that Rupert cannot destroy me. So I guess I can do the same thing that I did against Alligator Snapping Turtles and Emperor Scorpions earlier in the game. Cast Bog and just destroy Rupert like that. That dealt so much damage. It was actually kind of astonishing. Normally, I wouldn't fight Rupert until much later in the game. When I first encounter it, of course, it happens to be that we are already at a point where I would say we are much further into the game, so fighting Rupert actually becomes a reasonable thing to do. Okay, kind of a nasty entrance bolt for the bolts. Yeah, it was a bit nasty because like I'm in a space where I cannot cast Noxious Bog, and I would really love to be able to do so, right? Yeah, to me it seems that there's nothing but spaces where Noxious Bog is not gonna be very good here, unfortunately. Truly unfortunately. I wish I could use it more. So even monsters that are immune to poison take damage from Noxious Bog, believe it or not. They don't take that much damage, it's not really the best spell to use against them, but they do take damage, which is pretty decent. Okay, I'm gonna take another bite of my sandwich. That's kind of a nasty monster to spawn here. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting a Deep Elf Hive Priest on bolts. I guess it's not really that strong anymore. Yeah, certainly no Sorcerer or Annihilator or Blade Master or Master Archer. Those are pretty dangerous elves. Definitely the top tier of elf. High Priests are probably one tier below them. Probably on the same tier as, I don't know, Death Magi. Maybe Knights as well. I think Knights are pretty dangerous. Okay, shoutouts to Mystic Blast. Mystic Blast is such a good spell. I am very much a fan of Mystic Blast because it allows you to just like push monsters against the wall frequently and not let them like ever touch you pretty much. It also deals extra damage if the monsters collide against each other or against the wall. Pretty good spell in my opinion. I really like it. Yeah, look at that. That just melted that Hell Knight. I wonder if it like ignores armor class or something, because I feel like it's killing monsters much faster than I would expect from a spell with such little damage. I feel like it maybe even outperforms like something crazy along the lines of Iron Shot. I may be overreacting to Mystic Blast, but it really has worked quite well for me this game. I very much like it. Okay. Oh, it had a Ring of Cold resistance, something that we could have used much earlier into the game. Not anymore though, because right now we have a Shield of Cold resistance, which is so much better. Um, Still waiting for like a Scarf of resistance or something. Yeah, or any cloak at all actually, because surprisingly I've gone through a significant part of the game already. I have 2 runes and I have 0 cloaks. The only cloak that we have, if we can even call it cloak, is a Scarf of Harm, and it's not really a good idea for me to use it because I'm kind of fragile as it is. I'm like using HP to cast my spells. Maybe not a good idea to bite deeper into my HP using Harm. Never really been a fan of that effect. Yeah, good luck. Good luck using Fireball against the Fire Spirit that has 2 pips of fire resistance. Wow, okay. Yeah, on the other hand, White Very Ugly Thing is very damaging. Yeah, it's so unfortunate. These deal like more damage, just straight up more damage than the fire ones. Um, let's see, we have a red very ugly thing. It deals a sticky flame. Like the difference between the difference in damage between the white ugly things and the red ugly things is like absurd. It's like a mockery. The red ones don't really do anything. The white ones absolutely melt any character that dares not to have cold resistance. It's a bit incredible in my opinion. I don't know why white ugly things specifically are so overpowered. Um, oh, look at that, we got blade hands. Ah, that sucks. I wish we had finished this character before the massive nerf to blade hands. We got Hydra form and blade hands, like, come on. I'm not using either of those. Where's my spell list? Yeah, we got Hydra form, level 5 Hydra form and level 6 blade hands. Both of those suck, right? They're like really messed up bad. Oh, there's no place for me to not be affected by that. Like, come on, this is just a nasty fight for me to take. Wait, I have an out. Yeah, File of Lots. Okay, wait, what? Is it like immune to File of Lots? Ah, come on. Why is it immune to File of Lots? Ah, why? I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this one bit. It's gonna force me to spend blinking because it is not because it is immune to file floods. But before I blink, let me double check. There's no good way. There's no good place for me to blink into. Okay, so I think if I'm not standing next to a wall, it's like very trivial. Yeah, because Creeping Frost only does something if I'm standing next to a wall. So I think I can like blink here and obviously retreat to somewhere around here and kill it pretty easily. Since I'm not standing next to the wall, you cannot really do anything against me. And I can like push you away from me, rinse and repeat. Yeah, there we go. That was pretty lame. I think those guys should be waterloggable. I have no idea why I wasn't able to waterlog that guy. Maybe I should bug report it because bug report it because it really doesn't feel like those guys are immune to waterlogging. Monsters that are immune to waterlogging are monsters that do not need to breathe. Like water or breathe air, you know. So like water elementals, merfolks, octopods. There's no octopod spellcasters or anything, but if there were, they would be immune to waterlogging. Not frost hearts. Like frost hearts don't really look like a monster that would be immune to that. But it seems that currently they are. Kind of weird and questionable. Okay, perfect situation for me to use Noxious Bog, and Noxious Bog does wonders against large bands of monsters in an open area, such as that troll band. I think that went quite well for me. So I got a manual of fighting, right? That makes me want to only train fighting, so I can run out of the manual as soon as possible, and like reap its benefits as fast as possible. I think those globes are pretty good. Actually, I am going to buy them. It's very likely that I'm gonna buy them. Let me see what my current globes are. They are nothing actually, so we're gonna buy these. Don't drop these. Okay, still on the lookout for a cloak, because we have gone through 41,000 turns and 2 runes, and we have seen 0 cloaks. Sometimes that is the nature of this game. I'm very glad that the Beastmasters do not generate with like Rhyme Drakes or something. Rhyme Drakes are so much more dangerous than Lindworms for a Djinn. Yeah, as a Djinn, you don't really care about the Rhyme Drake or about the Lindworms. Rhyme Drakes, on the other hand, would be absolutely terrifying. Okay, so I'm not worried about wizards or most of these monsters that we are currently fighting against, because I have good enough willpower that I know I won't be banished. So at least in that regard, we are kind of safe. Most of these other monsters are pretty dangerous, on the other hand, including like the Yoctors. Yoctors are probably the worst. I would say maybe that Centaurs are actually more dangerous than Yoctors for this character, believe it or not, because Centaurs are like super fast, or they are super fast. They've always been faster than you, but now they attack so much faster. With the attack delay nerf, especially like Centaurs that happen to generate with a longbow, those like are really terrifying now. And Yoctors have always been how they are, but Yoctors do not attack. Yoctors are not fast, you know? They're like a human speed, as opposed to Centaurs, which are not. Centaurs actually like attack faster than you and move faster than you, and it has been the case ever since before the nerf, or since before the buff to monster combat with weapons. But now that monsters are like even more threatening with weapons, they are like especially terrifying. Yeah, I don't know if I think they should stay like that. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? So I recently played 0.16, right? A couple of you guys were around here to see me play 0.16, if anyone's watching right now. But that playthrough was actually kind of interesting. That it gave me like some insight on good things that we have right now that we didn't really have back then when 0.16 was a thing, as far as accessibility and user friendliness, you know. As far as gameplay things go, I feel like 0.16 has a lot of options that 0.27 doesn't have. But on the other hand, I think that the lack of options kind of streamlines the experience a bit, makes it less ambiguous to know when you died and why you died. And I think that's kind of the design philosophy that Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is aiming for. Yeah, I think that's kind of what they want to do. Because if it's not, then 0.16 would be a much better version. But since a lot of changes have been made to like kind of stray away from so many options that you have in 0.16, then I would assume that what they are currently doing is what they want to do. Okay. Yeah, seeing a Yoctor at the edge of line of sight and seeing a Centaur at the edge of line of sight is like much different. You know you cannot run away from the Centaur because it's like so much faster than you. That is pretty terrifying. But as far as the Yoctor goes, it's like not a big issue. In fact, it's not an issue at all. Okay. That guy got pretty sketchy. It was dealing some damage with its call down lightning thingy. that it has. Um, but we were able to kill it, fortunately. I just have to reposition and make it slam against the wall repeatedly. Just like I'm doing against this dire elephant right now. I find it interesting that they decided to add dire elephants to bolts. I think ogre bands do belong in bolts, like not gonna lie. As it is right now, they generating like very few parts of the game. Ogre magic went from generating both in depths and bolts, and now they don't generate in any of those places. So they went from generating in 2 different places to generating in 0 different places. I don't know. I feel like ogres were like a pretty interesting enemy, you know? They were even like recently reworked to differentiate from wizards because they were too similar. But now ogres don't generate like at all. I don't know. I feel like that shouldn't really be the case. I wonder if they should be added. Like, I think they should be added back to bolts. I feel like they are way too underwhelming for a depths enemy. Yeah, depths is kind of the land of the giants and the dragons and the Etins and the juggernauts and the caustic strikes and random evil stuff like that. You know, ogres are a bit too soft for that, and therefore I think they would fit better in bolts if there was a necessity to add them to bolts. But what do I know, I guess? What is that? Good ring, good ring. I mean, 2 pips of cold resistance is something that I consider to be pretty good, especially for my character. I'm taking so much damage. Yeah, they are really spamming the lightning bolt. I have such little HP. Okay, so unless they both decide to use Bolt of Corrosion, I think I would be okay if I just wielded my source of resistance to electricity right now. I'm not gonna play games, however. I guess we're gonna just like blink into safety, wield my thing, drink some heal wounds, maybe even use a Scroll of Fogu to break line of sight. These fly, so they are completely immune to Noxious Bug, unfortunately. Truly a shame. I find it really funny how it just like doesn't affect these tiles, or I guess I cannot see those tiles. But yeah, Noxious Bug after you use the Scroll of Fogu is pretty bad. Would not recommend by any means. Okay, so on one hand, I am about to die, right? On the other hand, these guys are also about to die. I'm pretty sure I just killed them. They have so much evasion, however. I don't think I'm guaranteed to hit with Mystic Blast. Yeah, I don't think these like. I think this checks accuracy, and since it does that, it pretty much means that I would not be guaranteed to hit them. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm just gonna like do this, read another Fogu. Oh come on! Drink a heal wounds, drink a curing. Okay, at least we killed one of them. But yeah, fighting 2 Reavers at the same time, pretty dangerous. Probably should have like immediately taken evasive measures, like done something else. Pretty rough fight that we just took there. I'm also a bit surprised that a couple of Tengu Reavers generated with no Sojobo accompanying them. They were just like chilling there in the dungeon. Okay, shoutouts to my shield, because it kinda carried me there. I blocked 3 attacks. And we got the ring, which is not really the best of rings. I guess it's usable. Oh, there is Sojobo. Okay, no wonder. Oh, and Jody too. Okay, so we are gonna Wreath teleport and hope that we are not going to be dying here. A Crystal Spear hits you for only 25. I guess I got really lucky with that Crystal Spear because it no joke could have dealt like about 100 HP worth of damage. Maybe a bit more than that because I have like really bad armor class. I'm not really wearing armor this game. I want to try a Jhin that wears armor one of these days. I am kind of too committed to the plan to go armor right now though. You know, I wish there was a ring of there was a ring of resistance to electricity. I could really use one of those right about now. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm out of Fogu, I'm out of heal wounds. Doesn't have a lot of willpower. I guess the only thing I can really do at the moment is probably like try to fear it. I don't really see myself saving this character in any other way. Okay, let's see if we succeed with the roll. Okay, we do. Time for me to leave this accursed place forever and go do something else pretty much. Okay, luckily I have so much regen that that by the time I'm like halfway through my escape, I'm at full HP pretty much. Well, not really full HP, but at high enough HP that I wouldn't really mind taking a fight. But yeah, that went not good. I feel like that went pretty bad. My next build with the Jhin will certainly try to be a bit more of a Reaver. Normally, I like to go glass cannon on my spellcasters. I feel like Jhin cannot really afford to do so because they don't really get to learn spells from books, and as a result of that, well, you're stuck with whatever the game gives you, and you kind of need to make use of the other things that you can actually influence, like body armor. So yeah, maybe I should consider trying that in the future. Yeah, quite funny how bolts just destroyed me there. It was absolutely insane. I guess we have to do elf because bolts is elf but harder anyway. So yeah, this character has a bucket list of things that it wants to get. First and foremost, I think I would like to get something that something that makes me not immediately explode when a monster has electricity. In fact, I feel like I need to wield this hand axe for elf purposes. I don't really want to because I like my Staff of Conjuration, but if it's between the Staff of Conjuration or like being at 1 HP like literally every fight, I prefer to wield the thing. But yeah, especially for Elf, like you cannot do Elf if you don't have a source of resistance to electricity or a way to kill Elves as soon as they enter your line of sight. This character has resistance to electricity from this weapon. Um, Not really ideal to have it from a weapon. Prevents me from using my enhancer staff, but I guess it's functional. Okay, I wonder if that. Yeah, there was an air elemental there. I don't think it dealt a lot of damage to these pyromancers. Does it not deal damage to allies? I don't know. Okay, the pyromancers are like completely irrelevant to this character. This character is not even threatened by them with the 2 pips of fire resistance. For some reason I thought I had 3, but no, I have 2. Anyway, 2 is more than enough to deal with those guys. Sapphire Mancers, on the other hand, force me to have resistance to electricity. No resistance to electricity means a lot of damage taken from random books that shouldn't really threaten you as much as these guys do, and at this stage of the game, which is not really in the early game anymore. I would still call it the mid game, because for me the mid game ends once you have 3 runes, and right now I only have 2, so yeah, pretty much fits my definition for the mid game, but still pretty dangerous enemies. Okay, this feels much easier than bolts, by the way. Maybe elf is something that you have to do now. I'm used to not doing elf unless I need any particular spell or item, but it seems that you kind of have to do it now for the experience and the items, hoping that you accomplish the resistance needed for bolts, because if you don't, you're gonna be taking like 60 damage every turn from Tengu Rivers or Frost Hearts or those ogre things that shoot lightning at you, etc., etc. There's so many overpowered things in bolts now. I think it is okay that the game gets like more spicy and dangerous like that, because after a while it can get like pretty stale, right? Like just doing the same route and the same way over and over. New, more dangerous monsters kind of force you to think about what you're doing and how you're doing it, and that kind of stuff, like forces you to get creative with what the game offers, and I kind of like that. I think the current implementation is probably a bit too brute forcey, with a bunch of incredibly damaging, dangerous monsters that you can barely do a thing against. I especially have issues with monsters that shoot. Especially have issues with monsters that shoot lightning, because lightning would be okay as a damage type if you were able to like normally be able to resist it, right? There's no ring of insulation in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, nothing along the lines of that. So finding something that helps you resist electricity is kind of luck based. Like not much else that you can really do. If you don't find resistance to electricity, you might be completely boned, as the game is right now, because bolts requires it for the other things that I don't really know the name of. Elf requires it for the vast amount of Zephyr Mancers that spawn here. Mm, so yeah, you really do need a lot of resistance to electricity. What did we kill? A sorcerer. Okay. Where did the annihilator go? There was an annihilator here. Who knows? Okay. Conjurable Lightning is a pretty good spell if you're forced to have resistance to electricity. I mean, I would pursue the resistance to electricity um, one way or another, but having Conjurable Lightning to go alongside my resistance to electricity really is a perk. Um, I mean, I would still prefer to have my Enhancer Staff, but it certainly deals some damage. It also deals a ton of damage to me, by the way. I don't know if you have already noticed, but it deals some crazy damage to me. Okay, that glaive kind of snuck in on me and dealt a lot of damage. Alright, that went pretty well, not gonna complain about that. But yeah, we probably need to start thinking about what this character is going to do when it comes to defenses. I guess we can maybe postpone that decision a bit. We are getting close to experience level 21. Experience level 21 is where I should probably get like one of my very big spells, because after that there's only like 3 more spells, and I don't know if it's the case like 100% of the time, but at least in the couple of Jin that I've played that have gotten to this point, the spells that you get from experience level 24 and 27 are like level 9 spells. So I guess depending on those, we are gonna be like planning what we are gonna be doing with the character for the rest of the game. Okay. I like Mystic Blast a lot. I feel like I've been like using it like crazy this game. And for good reason, to be completely fair. Okay, every time I use the Condenser Bane, it's kind of like a coin flip. Like, am I going to get destroyed by the Condenser Bane and I'm gonna get clouds of negative energy? Or not, pretty much. What summoned this? Must have been a demonologist that is not even within line of sight. Truly aggravating. Yeah, where's the summoner that summoned this? Hello K9, good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you appreciate the content that we are currently creating. And this is not looking good for me. Yeah, I would normally like just kill the demonologist, right? But I don't know what it is. That's a big issue. Yeah. Not to mention that we have 4 annihilators and a high priest on the screen. Oh, so weird. Where did that guy come from? Okay, there it is. A demonologist that summoned this Hell Sentinel, probably. Yep, so far away. I cannot really reach it. I don't have any spells that allow me to hit it. Normally I would blink and run away. I have 0 blinking, however. I think maybe haste. Maybe haste is very important to have right now. And I could use Prism. Yeah, Fulminant Prism. I'm not really a fan of this spell. Wait, now that I think about it, I have LRD. I guess I can use LRD against these demonologists. Yeah, at least I can LRD the one that summoned the Hell Sentinel. And hope that I don't get destroyed by the Hell Sentinel or by the debuff Annihilator. Let's give it a try, I guess. Okay, we take 35. I guess it was okay because we could have taken so much more. 25 and 40. Yeah, it's certainly not something that I can deal with. Okay, no damage, no damage. And we even kill one of these Annihilators, not gonna complain about it. But I really do wish I had blinking. This is like the situation for me to blink. Okay, that kills the Hell Sentinel, but the issue is that I now have like 2 Annihilators next to me, right? Which is also like a serious issue. Okay, we regained some HP because the Shining One likes it when I kill Demonologists. Not gonna complain about that one. Okay, so I think that we can hear some ball lightnings now and let them kill these things. Yeah, we got back a fair amount of HP from doing that. So even though I am taking like big damage, I'm also like regaining good HP. Okay, was that demonologist like not hurt by my ball lightning? Okay, so the Shining One kinda came through in the end there. I don't think I would have been able to survive that fight if it was not for the Shining One. You have identified the last amulet. Well, what is it? No idea. Oh, there's no way this was it. There's absolutely no way this was it. So now we have an important decision to make. 4 wins is like amazing, right? A lot of willpower, so you will never be hexed. And it frees up a ring slot that we are currently occupying for willpower. What would I put in the ring slot? Maybe motivation? Maybe motivation. But is it really worth it? Like I like my stacking of regeneration as a Djinn. I really do enjoy it. Oh, look at that. It has Majimbo. So Majimbo I think doesn't work if you're a Djinn. I think it straight up doesn't do anything. I guess it's I don't have to rely on my knowledge of whether it works or not because we have access to it and I can like wield it and like figure out. Wow, look at that. We got dragon form, statue form, or rather not statue form. I wish I got statue form. We got blade hands, Hydra form, and dragon form. And my character doesn't have an armed combat. Why no statue form? Like statue form, out of all like the mid to high level transmutation spells, the one that I would have liked to get, or then the one that I would have liked, would have been statue form for the defenses. That's the one that we don't get. Truly unfortunate. I really don't wanna use like dragon form in the late game because I didn't get manifold assault. If I had gotten manifold, I would be like rejoicing at the fact that I got dragon form as well, but it didn't really happen, and without manifold, dragon form is not really that good. Oh, that's a good cloak. That's actually good enough for me to enchant, I guess. Okay, so that was Self, I guess. I don't really want to go back to Bolts. Bolts was really bad. I keep picking up useless items. It's been happening so much. Cannot really tell since when, but it has been happening since 0.27 at least. I know that didn't happen in 0.26. I'm gonna finish my sandwiches. It's such a shame that we got Dragon Form. Like, come on, there were so many spells that could have helped my character. Like, Auto of Destruction would have been amazing. Iron Shot would have been okay, I guess. Starburst would have been cool. So many spells that I could have gotten instead of Dragon Form. And instead of Blade Hands and Hydro Form, by the way, like those are also pretty bad and spells that I didn't really want to see. But alas, it's what we got. Okay, you know what? Let's waterlog Sojabo. That kind of removes part of the threat. I mean, she's still kind of terrifying. That makes her slightly less terrifying. She won't be casting air elementals and that kind of stuff. So I think that went quite well for me. I should have waterlogged her much sooner though. You know what this character needs? Like some form of body armor light enough for me to wear that provides regeneration and much more protection than Troll Leather, which doesn't happen to be very good. If we ignore the whole regeneration aspect, that kind of greatly synergizes with the Jin, but I'm kind of like taking 50 damage every turn against things that can bypass my evasion, so it would be nice if that wasn't the case. I think that guy drank a potion. Drinks a potion, the Ironbound Preserver is healed. So something that I don't get is that um, why do monsters have unlimited ammunition but not unlimited potions? Or rather, why don't they drop the potion that they have when they die? You know? Um, I don't know. Would that be too overpowered? I legit have no idea on that one. Look at that. Maybe acid against Yori. How much? Yeah, I guess we can pull off the acid. Pretty good. Not gonna complain about that. That went pretty well. I wanna identify that chainmail just out of curiosity. Ah, it's almost good. The harm makes it unusable. But other than that, it's like a really good spell or a really good body armor. It's fully enchanted for what a chainmail can be enchanted to. Oh, I accidentally stepped next to a wall. Didn't even realize. Okay. Noxious Bog is also pretty good. Like, I mean, Mystic Blast has definitely like carried this character. In fact, let's go ahead and generate a dump. And let's see, uses of a Mystic Blast on this character. Where is it? Where is it? Mystic Blast. I've used it 1700 times. The next most used spell for me in this game has been Magic Dart at 310. So like, it's very clear that I've really been appreciating this spell quite a lot in this playthrough. Um, a bunch of books, very demoralizing thing to get on the shop as a Jin. Books that contain spells that you would like to have, but the game denies you from them, you know? Yeah, and it deals even more damage if you can make things be hit by a wall, or if you make things like collide against walls. It's really a fantastic spell. Okay, Bodies didn't really even do anything there. No spells cast, and Bodies just got slammed against the wall repeatedly until he died. Okay, now that I have a Cloak of Resist Corrosion, we can kind of throw that away. I kind of want to drop Condenser Bane because I know that if I keep using it, I'm gonna get negative energy clouds and the Shining One is gonna be very annoyed. So let's just go ahead and drop it right now before that happens. Oh, Mystic Tower. Well, that is underwhelming as a Jin because this vault has books and I cannot really make use of those books. The orb fizzles ×2, okay. So these draconians should be really easy for me to kill. The Conjurer statues are where the issue is at, except for the fact that I just remembered that I have LRD. So yeah, never mind. We have LRD, we can kill everything here, no big deal. Wow, look at that, one-shotting Tengu Conjurers. Not that they have a lot of HP, mind you, but still, pretty good to one-shot a kind of a mid-gamey enemy. How much? Yeah, 31 HP, that's very pitiful. Okay, I'm very glad that I remembered that I have that, because that is gonna come by as a very useful spell in this part of the game. More frail than you expected. Yeah, Tengu Reavers on the other hand are like much tankier and much more like dangerous. There's a bunch of monsters throughout the game that are like those Tengu Conjurers, more fragile than you would expect. Let's see, a good example, probably an ogre. Probably ogres are like more fragile than what you would expect. Okay, considering how these guys have lightning bolt, maybe it would be a good idea for me to wield my lightning bolt resistance weapon. Such a shame that I have to rely on a weapon for resistance to electricity, but not much else that we can really do about that. Okay, it should impact the purple draconian. I think it did hit the purple draconian, but it just didn't do a lot of damage. Anyway, we can just continue doing this. Ouch. Okay, 58 was a lot of damage to take from that Orb of Destruction, but we were at full HP, so it was okay. Okay, one of the things that I missed the most when I was playing 0.16 is my script that shows me how much damage I took on every turn, how much mana I spent, or how much mana I lost, and how much HP mana I gained. I didn't make it, so I don't really know how to adapt it to 0.16, but I think that I cannot really play the game anymore without that. It is really, like, really good, and like central to my experience with the game, because it just like shows things that you can spend a couple of seconds figuring out, but it shows them like immediately, so there's no time spent. That's pretty good in my opinion. Just as good as using LRD against Conjurer statues. Book of the Tempests. Let's see what else we got here. A bunch of books. I wonder if one of these books is gonna have like Orb of Destruction or something. Ah, look at that, a Robe of the Archmagi. I think that has to be the Troll Leather Armor, right? That has to be the Troll Leather Armor. With that being said, I think we really need to stick to that Robe of Archmagi. It gives me a lot of spell power. Okay, I just thought of something. What if we take it off and then we check the spell power? Yes, I suspected I still have 100% on Mystic Blast, which is pretty much what I've been using. So I guess we don't really have to use Archmagi, but I guess we at least got something out of here. Not gonna complain about that. Where's the exit? Oh, here's the exit. Okay, wasn't really terrible. It wasn't Hellbinder or like a bolt that I would definitely have been unable to clear. So I'm not really gonna complain about that. This one is resistant to electricity, has a million armor class, a million evasion, a million willpower, and yeah, we cannot really open that. I have no way to kill a ghost of that caliber. Okay, just blasting things mystically until they die. It kinda does seem to work. Another Reaver. Okay, for that Reaver we are gonna wield the weapon that gives me resistance to electricity. These guys do not play games. Yeah, this new book that they have is like crazy good, like amazing. It's what Tengu Reavers should always have, I think. Makes them really dangerous. Maybe they should take a bit of a nerf to their defenses. But as far as offense go, that's how they should always look like. They should be like, oh, that's a really dangerous enemy, right? Um, so yeah, they even get acid. Not a lot of things in the game get acid, and Tengu Reavers are one of the few that get set spell type or property. That Entropy Weaver ate my shaft into bolts 5. What am I going to do now? I guess I can go in and use Noxious Bug to farm the bolt guards that are gonna be surrounding the entrance. Oh, something funny that we can do is we can actually crystal LRD the Crystal Guardian for a lot of damage to everything that surrounds it. Okay. We got 21 fighting, 15 invocations. When did I pick up a manual of invocations? I guess I'm gonna have to go a bit further with invocations. Okay, so far so good. As far as items go, I think I would like something better for my body armor slot. I have 10 strength. Is that natural or something? Oh, I got 4 strength from the globes. Well, in that case, I guess I could maybe wear storm scales. If I get storm scales, I could consider using them. It's already getting kind of to the point in the game where we are gonna start seeing storm dragons very consistently, so it's not unheard of to think about getting storm scales. In that case, we can go ahead and drop the Robe of Archmagi. I'll probably leave it on the floor unless I get something absolutely insane as a level 9. And depending on what we get for my levels 23, 25, and 27, I might go for like blade hands on armed combat. Like I could consider just like turning everything off, but armor and unarmed combat, and go blade hands on armed combat for the rest of the game, or or like cast my levels like my level 9, so hopefully my level 9s are gonna be like actually good. You know, if I was to get Firestorm, I would be rejoiced. Firestorm is a really good spell. I have grievances with it on normal characters that have to train 2 different spell schools to get it castable, or I guess 3: spell casting, conjurations, and fire, right? But since I'm a Jinn, I only have to train spellcasting. So getting Firestorm is like easy peasy, and the same goes for any level 9 that I get. I cannot really cast it just yet. I only have 17 spellcasting, but at some point very soon I will train it to around 24, and that should be good enough for me to win the game, depending on what we get on the next level ups, I guess. So I can go into Bolt 5, and I can just like place a Noxious Bog and destroy the Bolt Guards in conjunction with Mystic Blast. It all depends on what we see when we enter the level. Okay, no Bolt Warden. Wardens are what the thing that ruins these potential strategies. So I'm very glad to see that we didn't really encounter any of them on the stairs. We can hopefully chill here until everything that is currently surrounding me dies from standing in the Noxious Bog or from getting pushed away with Mystic Blast. Okay, that is a Warden. I have a chance to leave. If I really want to leave, I could leave right about now. Is it a good idea for me to do so? Probably. Probably it is a good idea because I don't really have a good way to kill the Warden fast. Okay, I'm just gonna wait one more turn. Yeah, because after waiting one more turn, we killed most of those guys. Maybe one more. Okay, a sealed passage. So it was too good to be true. Should have left whenever I had the chance to do so. Oh, I have a potion of experience. Well, I'm gonna drink that. In fact, I'm gonna drink that right now. Let's see what we get. Haunt. Oh, come on. Well, that resolves the experiment. Now we know that going the Shining One has no impact on what spells you get from leveling up as a Djinn. I was kind of expecting it to actually be the case, that the Shining One would prevent you from getting necromancy spells, but it's not the case. So I guess I'm gonna have to abandon the Shining One for a bit of a better god. You know what would be a good idea right now? Cast a bunch of Conjurable Lightning. Wow. For some reason I took 1,000,000 damage there. 42. So what made me take so much damage? It was the Bolt Lightning in conjunction with the Bolt Warden. Yeah. Okay, Bolt Warden dies next turn and then we leave. Alrighty. Oh, I really want to kill that Preserver. It is almost dead. Just squeeze a little bit more experience out of that accursed place, and I will probably go back to it, but not immediately. I think we have to abandon the Shining One for maybe Uskoyo or something. Haunt is an excellent spell that we can use to win the game. It is really good. I have never really used it for an extended period of time, unfortunately, because it's a necromancy spell, necromancy summoning, of all things. Two schools that I try my best to avoid. But Haunt is one of the few spells from those two schools that I can say, oh, that spell is amazing. And I really want to use it. The Shining One is definitely gonna hate me if I use it while worshipping him, so it's time to get a new god now that my theory has been confirmed. Well, I guess denied. My theory was that going the Shining One prevented you from getting spells that he doesn't like. So we learned that it's not the case, and you do get spells that the Shining One doesn't like. So what god do we want? I guess I can go Uskoyo. I don't know if Uskoyo is very good. Maybe Gosak. How good would Gosak be for this character? I could go... No, I was thinking Ru, but let's not go Ru. Let's not go Ru. Ru is not good. I guess I could go Nemelex. Nemelex takes like advantage of the fact that I already got like 18 spellcasting, right? Or not spellcasting, but invocations. Yep, I don't care. And now we have the ability to use Haunt, which is amazing. Let's put Haunt here. Capital H for Haunt. Depths? I guess depths. I want to see if my level 25 spell is like a good one. How many? Oh, it doesn't say anything. They will dissipate quickly once their target dies. Interesting. So I guess I can kind of spam it. And they will like keep attacking the monsters until the target dies. Look at that, like that is kind of nuts to think about. Like take a look at what's currently going on the screen. Look at that. That is absolutely busted. So raids are extremely dangerous against both monsters and player characters because they slow, right? And it's not like regular raids only. It's like freezing raids and spectral warriors and random garbage like that. It's like actually astonishing how good Haunt is. I love it. Really blast near your Phantasmal Warrior? I guess not. So yeah, I went through most of the game for practical purposes without a god for the sake of research. I really wanted to know if the Shining One prevented you from getting a Necromancy spell. But it doesn't seem to be the case because I got Haunt. And Haunt is a very good reason to abandon the Shining One, right? Look at that. That is wow, like monsters stand no chance against that. I mean, I don't like that Haunt that the raids disappear immediately when you kill the monster. But other than that, it's like a pretty cool spell. I think that's also a pretty recent thing. I don't think the monsters used to disappear. When I say pretty recent, I probably mean like it was changed probably within the last 5 years. And I just say it's recent because I don't really use this spell. Okay, what are you? Because I opened this without checking the ghost. Blink and Fireball, pretty unthreatening. Hello, Railbird. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy the show tonight. What happened there? Oh, I got hit with a large rock. For some reason, I was under the impression that those has shadow creatures. Kind of glad that it's not the case. Okay, I killed the things that are kind of dangerous, and now I can just like leave. How hard do you hit in melee? Okay, you don't really hit hard. Okay. That went okay, I have to say. Yeah, it could have gone much worse. Didn't really... You ended your streak of 1 today. In Lair 6, you got a bad teleport. Unfortunate. I had a couple of close calls today with this character. I feel like This character has been getting very unlucky with the spells that I get. I got Hydra form, Blade Hands, Dragon form, and Haunt. And Haunt is very good normally, but I was with the Shining one, so I didn't really have any other option than to abandon the Shining one so I can make use of Haunt. And Haunt should really do the trick against this ghost. I just thought of it, but it really does sound like a very good spell to have against this ghost, because it's gonna slow the ghost, and yeah, like it's just a million monsters attacking a single monster. So, and these ghosts last for a while. Now that I think about it. Yeah, there we go. That went pretty well. I should turn that off. We are not going to be training that anymore. I probably should train some armor in anticipation for Blade Hands. Yeah, I didn't really want to use it, but I guess I'm gonna have to. And look at that, Haunt is insane. It's such a shame that in order to use Haunt you have to go through like a bunch of experience worth of summoning and necromancy, because it's a level 7 dual school spell, and the 2 schools that it uses are like some of my least favorite schools. It's a pretty good spell. I have been like, I'm just astonished at how good it is. It just melts everything. No, that's not the spell that I want to cast. I want to cast this one because I have it. LRD on glass, very decent, I guess. A Cherub. I wonder if... Oh yeah, there you go. I was wondering if that vault was gonna have like higher tier angels, and it certainly does. Why is the tiles not showing the game properly? What do you mean by not showing the game properly? Yeah, what do you mean by that? How much... There's a menu that keeps popping up. Oh, I see now. I see. Okay, let me see what we can do about that. So that's how the game looks like for me. And let me go ahead and switch to tiles again, and let's hope that fixes it. Because other than that, I don't really know what to do. So Devas are messed up, right? They have a tower shield. They always have a tower shield. So they are like Menas in that regard. Pretty much all Devas always have a tower shield. Sometimes it's even a Randart. And leaving that aside, they are very reminiscent of angels. Yeah, I'm thinking that was not the best of ideas. Okay, never mind, it was the best of ideas. Yeah, Haunt really did destroy that angel. Pretty good. So, Devas are much scarier than angels, solely because of the tower shield. No tower shield would make Devas pretty much the same as angels. You know, aside from the fact that they smite you, angels, I think they heal themselves instead of smiting you. I think smite is a bit more scary than... Did I see? Oh, look at that! Okay, we are gonna teleport away from here. Yep, we are gonna be teleporting away from that one. and I don't think I'm gonna go back to it, because menace is something that this character has absolutely no way of dealing with. I don't have the defenses, I don't have the damage output, I don't have anything to be able to deal with menace, so it's best to leave him alone. Yeah, and I think menace flies, so cannot even like Noxious Bug and pray for the best. Nope, that is not gonna work against menace. Wow, this Frost Giant is really being annoying. You're sucked into a shaft. I feel like if you have permanent flight, you should be immune to shafts. It only makes sense, right? How are you gonna get shafted if you're floating over the floor? Okay. I'm very glad that I decided to go for Conjurer, because with the spells that I got, I would have been forced into being kind of a melee character. Melee is not really good right now in the game. I wouldn't really enjoy being a melee character, so I'm very glad that I got, you know, the ability to not have to go melee. That Manual of Shields is tempting. The plate is decent. Not something that I would like at this point in the game, and I don't have the strength to wear it, so I guess we are gonna go for the Manual of Shields. I could also get the money. Is there anything that I want to buy? No, there's nothing. So we are gonna be reading acquirement for the Manual of Shields and hope that we find a tower shield that would make it worth it for me to use that, you know? Which is unlikely. Ouch. 46. So funny thing. The thing that dealt damage there was not the ice dragons. It was a stone giant throwing a rock at me. Oh, come on. Why you gotta be like that? Okay. I feel like I'm fine. I don't think I'm gonna die here. I feel kind of the pressure, however. So let's go ahead and use a potion of heal wounds. And then we can rest to full HP. Yeah, smiters are something that I always had issues with. Okay, we can use Noxious Bug here. Noxious Bug is very good at killing things that do not fly. Doesn't really do anything against the Fire Dragon, unfortunately, but yeah, these big rectangular rooms are definitely the place to use Noxious Bug on. Okie dokie. Not bad, not bad. So you see the base damage of Mystic Blast, you're kind of underwhelmed, but then you realize that it's actually like a pretty good spell regardless of damage. I very much enjoy my Mystic Blast. Yeah, it's been doing wonders throughout the entirety of the game. Just take a look at this. Like, monsters are not even able to hurt me, and they are getting absolutely destroyed. Look at that. You killed a golden dragon off Mystic Blasts alone. It did take a while, but I was certainly able to kill them. I like Jin. I think that's something that I could have only done with a Jin. Oh, I'm scroll blinking. Finally, it took me forever to find another one after the final one that I used, and I used it a while ago. That is a decent tower shield, but I wanted a tower shield of freezing or or cold resistance rather. I think we are not gonna acquire anything for now. I'm gonna keep that in my inventory, and at some point in the future we are gonna acquire something. So I decided to go Nemelex when I abandoned the Shining one, because Nemelex kinda provides me with like good defense and good offense from in the form of like these decks, right? And in addition to that, I also get like very strong god abilities. Like for example, deal 4 escape is like almost guaranteed to fix any problem that you have at any point in the game. It is really one of the strongest escape options in the game. I would say that it's like on par with Death's Door, because if you like, deck of escape is very strong, and if you draw 4 on the deck of escape, you're like very likely to see very good stuff. So yeah, I like it quite a bit. Okay, I think I want to level up strength, because I'm gonna be using unarmed combat from now on, and I also want to use storm scales if I get like really bad level 9s. It all depends on what we get in the next level up. Wow, okay. Rockman doing Rockman things. Okay, so I think that Titan needs to be able to speak to or strike me, so a good old Viral Floods does the job there. Nemelex is amazing. Sure, there is RNG, but it doesn't really matter. Like, most of the effects that you get from the deck of escape are like ideal effects. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the deck of escape real quick. Velocity slows monsters. I don't think it hastes you, unfortunately. I think it should haste you. The Tomb creates walls surrounding you that last forever. It's like an amazing escape spell, because even though it's not gonna like get rid of the monsters, it's gonna leave you at full HP, and at full HP you should be able to deal with the monsters. Exile banishes things that you can see. It will never banish you. It was reworked into not being able to do that anymore. The Cloud creates clouds. It's kind of the weakest card of the deck, and the Elixir heals you, well, gives you a status effect that greatly regenerates your HP and mana. So if you deal 4 escape, you're likely to encounter the Tomb and the Elixir, and I guess Exile is also pretty good if you get it first. So yeah, deal 4 escape, very good, kinda costly, but definitely a very good defensive option that you have in this game. Alrighty, I'm just bullying monsters by pushing them around with Mystic Blast. Pretty good. I'm really a fan of Jin. I like the whole HP's mana thing. Okay, I wish I encounter a Storm Dragon soon, because I want Storm Scales. I even have the strength to wear them, and I'm leveling up armor in anticipation. Do you fly? You probably fly. Yeah, you probably fly. Would be very surprised if you didn't fly. But yeah, look at that. Look at that! That Golden Dragon got absolutely dumpstered with... Oh, you know what? Let's not be within melee range of a Juggernaut. Did it attack me? It hasn't attacked me yet. It will attack me next turn for up to 120 damage. I don't think I survived that. I think I would die if I was to stay here because 14 armor class. So unfortunately, there goes my final scroll of blinking. Yep, no blinking for this character. That was the final one. And usually when I run out of blinking, that means that I'm gonna die very soon after that. Let's hope that is not the case for this character, because that would be kind of sad. Okay. Get Passage of Golubria. I cannot get spells at will because I am a Djinn. I have only what I have and nothing more. Cannot learn spells of a book. And that's why I have Blade Hands, Dragon Form, and Hydra Form, even though I don't even have Transmutations or an Armed Combat skill. Well, I guess I do have a bit of oh, never mind. I don't have Transmutations because I am a Djinn and I only need spellcasting to cast my spells. But yeah, my point still stands. I have 0 unarmed combat and I have 3 transmutations spells that rely on your unarmed combat. So at this point, I'm kind of like, why not? Depending on what I get, if I get to experience level 25, or when I get to experience level 25, I'm gonna determine whether or not I should be training for like Dragon Form or Blade Hands for the end game. Yeah, I hope that experience level 25 is like a really good level 9, like Absolute Zero or Shatter or like something good. I would love Ignition actually. Something that hits the entirety of the screen would be pretty great. Now that I think about it, if I get Ignition, or like regardless of what I get, how am I going to deal with Orbs of Fire? I guess I would have to use Haunt. Okay, so I really like Noxious Bog. If you get the chance to use it like properly, that is like casting it and having monsters actually step on it and remain on it for a couple of turns, it deals incredible damage. Since Jindu can they generate. They generate in the game. As you can see, there's like an altar of Sif right there. I could try to worship it, and Sif would say that she doesn't like me pretty much. I want more experience. Really do want more experience. I probably should have done Crypt with the Shining One before abandoning. Okay, so use 4 winds and that ring, and why do you not know how to get there? Oh, I got shafted. I got shafted. Yeah, now I remember. I like 4 winds. Well, yeah, I like 4 winds too, but I don't know if it's like the best choice for my character, because I have I'm a Djinn and I kind of need the regeneration, the more regeneration you have as a Jin, the more you can kind of spam your spells. It is uniquely amazing for a Jin in a way that it's not for like other species. Yeah, Jin are really unique in that regard. Like they make use of some things that you would normally be like, oh yeah, that doesn't do it, or that's not as good as other amulets. Um, okay. At least Mystic Blast kind of seems to be doing the trick. I've been using it so much this game, like you have no idea. I generated a dump earlier on the stream, and I saw that I had like 1700 uses of Mystic Blast in this game. It's like on another level. I guess that is partially because of the spells that I have gotten, which are not like what I want to use with this character. I mean, I have LRD. LRD is okay. I'm not really that much of a fan of LRD because I feel like it costs too much for what it does. Um, it deals a ton of damage against things that don't have armor class, but if the thing has even a bit of armor class, like 2 pips of armor class, that is 10 armor class or more, it's just not gonna be taking a lot of damage from LRD. It's gonna take you like 4 to 5 casts of LRD to kill something, which is not very good. I kinda am interested in that Staff of Battle. I should probably acquire some money. Okay, have I gotten Storm Scales already? Because I kinda would like to use Storm Scales. It would solve the issue that we are encountering right about now, and that is the fact that I have an Iron Dragon within my line of sight, and I have 15 armor class. That is a serious issue. Because the Iron Dragons deal like much more damage if you have less armor class. The way Iron Dragon damage works is exactly the same LRD works. So the more armor class you have, the less damage they are gonna be dealing. But it's like much more noticeable with an Iron Dragon and with LRD. Fortunately, it didn't shoot me again, and I was just able to kill it with Noxious Bog. You like LRD because it can attack beyond line of sight, or beyond line of fire, I guess. Yeah, pretty good in that aspect. It's kind of versatile, but it doesn't deal enough damage for me to like it as much. Do you fly? Okay, I think all the dragons except for Iron Dragons and Bone Dragons fly. Excuse me? I don't know if I agree with that one. And yet again, we encounter ourselves in a situation where I don't have blinking, I don't have heal wounds, I don't have a lot to do. Truly a shame. I could draw escape. I could draw summoning. So here's the thing. I think I have to kill the Quicksilver Dragon like this turn. The Golden Dragon is not that big of an issue because I have good resistances against the breath effects of the Golden Dragon. But the Quicksilver Dragon just deals damage. Like it just ignores my defenses pretty much. Doesn't really ignore my defenses, but it pretty much does. Like, look at that. It's just so much damage out of a random garbage effect. Are you resistant to cold? You're not, so I know how I'm going to kill you. Bop, and you're dead. Alrighty. With Quicksilver Dragon Dispel Normal X magic, it would certainly do so. Oh, delightful. The most useless card in the whole deck. I have a hatch right around here. So goodbye. Oh, delightful. I forgot um, that I hadn't explored the entirety of this level, that I had gotten shafted. Well, let's see if I don't die as a direct result of the shaft. Okay, lucky, 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 lucky. Um, I'm really waiting for that experience level 25 to give me a level 9 spell that I can just like proceed to absolutely abuse for the rest of the game. I guess I can hope. Successful shaft escape. It got pretty close, but fortunately I was able to survive it. Okay, I think Rakshasas... Oh, they don't fly, so they are affected by Noxious Bug. Alright, good to know, because that's one less monster that is that's one less monster that is like completely unaffected by Noxious Bug. I think this character had a trove? Yeah, a trove that asked it for like a million scrolls of teleport that I don't have enough of them to go in, so I guess we're gonna have to completely ignore it, unfortunately. Oh, look at that, another shaft. Well, round 2 against the Golden Dragon, I guess. Okay. So that's fine. That's fine. We can like just guide these guys around the corner and wait for them to be seriously poisoned. This arena sucks for me to kill things with Noxious Bug, but at least I was able to at the end of the day. Okay, we got Golden Dragon Scales. Um, we still haven't gotten Storm Scales. We have 11 strengths, so we can definitely not use those. And even if we have the required amount of strength, we definitely cannot wear them anyway because they would nuke my spells, and I need my spells to be able to function as a Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup character. I guess I could let myself be carried by an MLX. Okay, let's go ahead and do that, and a bit of this. Let's push those guys away. LRD on the Crystal Guardians. They are made out of crystals, so they get like extra explosion radius and damage. Very good. We got a Condenser Vein, which I had dropped when I was with the Shining One. I didn't want to get penance with the Shining One, so I dropped the Condenser Vein to remove the allure of sinning under the Shining One. But now that I'm with Nemalex, I can just like use it, and Nemalex doesn't really care. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick up 4 winds. For winds and this amulet of resistance to negative energy, we're gonna be putting on the ring instead of the ring of willpower. We're gonna be wearing or also using the amulet of 4 winds instead of the amulet of regeneration. That leaves me with a lot of willpower and the ability to go into the crypt. Crypt has a lot of enemies that use draining attacks, I really don't like to be in the crypt without resistance to negative energy. I like at least 2 pips. If you can get 3 pips, it's like much better because it makes a lot of the enemies here much less scary. But I should have thought about that before abandoning the Shining One. I just saw a haunt, I considered my experiment to be done, and I decided to abandon the Shining One. Alrighty. So, I like Haunt. I like Haunt quite a bit. It is a pretty strong spell. The fact that that it is smite targeted is pretty good. Like, I really love that about the spell. The monsters that it summons is not are not like absolutely insane. They're still pretty good, considering that it summons like 5 of them next to the monster that you're targeting. Like, take a look at that. And then, of course, the monsters get absolutely melted. Okay, I guess when I get stack 5, I'm gonna be using stack 5 on escape. That is my preferred way to use a stack 5. There's a lot of people that use it on summonings just so they can get more summonings. I like to use it on escape for pretty much the same reason. I use it so I can get more escape. Let's go ahead and use some destruction against that guy. Excuse me? Oh, I got wild magic. Okay, let's use it again. Degeneration. The Reaper evaporates and reforms as something that you cannot see. So that is a Lotsa. At least it dropped the weapon, which makes it less dangerous, actually. Yeah, the fact that now it is a Lotsa is a huge nerf to its damage capabilities without being a significant nerf to my ability of surviving that guy, you know? We got a Ring of Slaying. I don't really want to use it, but we are gonna be using it with this character. Maybe if I decide to go for the unarmed combat route, which is looking likely. I guess it depends really on what we get on my next level up, which we're getting pretty close to that level up, so 94%. We get our next spell at experience level 25, so we're getting almost there. I really like I repeat myself a lot, and for that I do apologize, but I cannot help it. I really am enthralled by the mechanic that Jin have. Like, the whole aspect of gaining spells on level up is like very unique, reminiscent of what Demon Spawn get, and Demon Spawn are definitely a fan favorite. I guess these would be like the mage equivalent of a Demon Spawn, but Demon Spawn were not particularly bound to be melee characters, and in fact, I wouldn't really like to play a melee Demon Spawn. Tornado is a pretty good spell. Tornado is a pretty fantastic spell. Definitely a great way to kill things. In fact, so good that I'm probably just gonna train spellcasting. And we got stack 5. I need 5 cards in my deck so I can actually stack 5, you know? So I am going to wait until I get 5 escape, and then we're gonna be using stack 5. Okay, we killed the Vampire Knight. Those guys are pretty tricky. They hit very hard, they can paralyze you, and they go invisible, and they blink around everywhere. and they have good armor class. I really am not a fan of Vampire Knights. As for Skeletal Warriors, I guess we can LRD them. I really um, I really would prefer to have another spell to kill them because I feel like LRD takes too much time to kill those guys. But I guess it's functional. And something that I really have to say is that it's amazing for the early game. LRD absolutely destroys the early game as long as you position yourself properly and like allow yourself to hit monsters. Yeah, LRD against the Skeletal Warriors in the early game, excellent. Like Skeletal Warriors become experienced piñatas, and Skeletal Warriors are noticeable for being some of the most dangerous early game monsters. Okay, now that I have Tornado, I mean I cannot really cast it just yet, but I am training spellcasting for it. I guess I have to training. I have to train it quite a bit because I currently only have 17 spellcasting, 30 intelligence. I would need like 23 to 24 spellcasting to be able to use it properly, and that is without worrying about the armor. So I don't know if I'm gonna commit to Tornado or worry about the armor. But I would like to like have the possibility of casting it, so I'm gonna start training for it. And 82% Tornado. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while for sure. I wonder if this is like a level wide bolt. I've always liked crypt level wide bolts. Yeah, the ones that are not level wide are pretty underwhelming. Sometimes there's like very small ones, and I feel like those are okay, but they probably shouldn't be level wide bolts. Escape, 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 escape. Oh, that is garbage. That is absolutely garbage. The 5 war. Well, those cards are really bad. I guess we can leave it like that. Not that I particularly care about those. The School Head for Crypt 3. I've never gotten the School Head, but yeah, it really. I'm starting to see it like. It really does look like a School Head, or at least part of it. So it's probably that. Probably much easier to notice in tiles than in console. Sorry for that. But yeah, as I was saying, it's probably much easier to notice in tiles. And yeah, this would be a good maiden cast of Tornado if I had the ability to do so, which I don't. So we are gonna just like mash the good old Mystic Blast. 18 spellcasting? No, we're gonna go further beyond. At least 24. Or at least 23. I guess 23 has to be enough. And it might seem like min-maxing, but the difference between 23 and 24 spellcasting is quite a lot, especially when you have -2 in the skill. So it is like a huge investment to go from 23 to 24. Okay, that went fine. I have to yet again attribute that victory to the fact that Jin just have so much HP / mana. Well, they don't really have that much HP, but they have a lot of mana. When you keep in consideration that you pretty much have 195 mana, for practical purposes it's a bit less. But yeah, you have a lot of resource when a character at this point in the game would usually have like around 50 if it's like a lucky character. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's try to get out of here. Getting marked is... you never know how it's gonna go. It's definitely complicated to be marked if you are not with like Behum, or not Behemoth, but like Maklev or another god that gives you heavy sustain. Alrighty. Profane servitors are not really that scary. Oh, would you look at that? 3 rendered rings. All 3 of them are kind of bad. Let's see. I think the best one has to be the Ring of Cold Resistance with 4 dexterity. Okay, I think we can get rid of these 2. I like how that ring was called the Ring of the Dead Scarab. Very flavorful for a ring that you find in Crypt. I probably shouldn't use that. Yeah, it makes it much easier to use. Unfortunately, they disappear when the spell or when the monster that I originally target dies. So it's kind of a shame. Okay, a bunch of Death Knights killed by a bunch of Wraiths. That's kind of ironic, because they usually are allies of the Death Knights, but not this time. This time they are my allies, and they are quite efficient at killing things. Really good spell, like, cannot stress it enough. You don't really see me using it because level 7 necromancy summoning, and I never use any of those things. But as a Jin, like, it's the perfect time for me to use it. And I wasn't gonna let the Shining One get in the way of my usage of Haunt. Do the Haunt monsters, or do the Haunt summons attack other monsters instead of the targeted monster? I have no idea. I mean, I guess you can kind of like do this and then tell them to attack the other monster, and I would assume that's no, it doesn't work. You can see there that the Flayed Ghost is still the ally target, so it doesn't really work. It seems that the Haunt monsters will not really go out of their way to attack any other monster that is not the one that you summoned them against. So funny thing, you cannot LRD Liches. Liches are not really skeletons, even though their description says. Even though the description says they are skeletal, they are not really skeletons, and they cannot really be LRD'd. Alright. It seems that they go and try to attack other monsters when the target is dead. Yeah, I think this is probably the first time I see this vault. Personally, I don't really do crypt that often, and this is kind of a newer vault. I didn't really think it was very dangerous or anything. Maybe the most interesting monster that we saw was the Profane Servitor, and leaving that guy aside, maybe the Ancient Lich. The rest of the vault was okay. Mm, with that being said, let's go back to my other gear. We can even drop that ring, and I guess I can also drop 4 winds. And we can go back to my Amulet of Regeneration, and I have enough willpower to not die. I don't have resistance to negative, but it's okay. It's like one of the least necessary resistances. Um, let's go and do bolts 5. 56% chance of tornado. Well, I cannot really do salt, you know? I have 2 runes. I could do slime. I guess I can try to do slime. I have theoretically all that I need to do slime. Yeah, just a quick check before going in. Cold resistance, resistance to corrosion, and Tin of Tremor Stones, Condenser Bane. Do I have Torment? I don't have Torment because I was not picking it up because I was with the Shining One. But after checking for that, I think we are ready to go into the Slime Pit. Sometimes Khufu generates Encrypt 3. Yeah, Khufu is pretty terrifying. That is a pretty hard to deal with monster. In fact, recently, well, not so recently, but a couple of weeks ago, I died in. Oh wow, yeah. Now that I think about it, this is kind of bad. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty terrifying bolt. Now that I think about it, that's actually just a meme. How like 7 rock slimes generate like right there. Not much that you can really do about them. They are way too fast and way too resilient when it comes to their armor class for you to be able to kill them before you get pushed into the wall and start taking crazy wall damage, even with resistance to corrosion. Yes, it does work on rock slimes, funnily enough. I mean, it doesn't work quite well, if we are completely honest, because rock slimes have a lot of armor class, so unless you target them directly, it doesn't deal that much damage. Like, for example, these rock slimes do not take a lot of damage from me LRDing the other rock slimes. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, that's pretty scary. Yep. 34, because the rock slimes pushed me into the acid wall. I don't like the current situation. Okay. That was me flying too close to the sun. I don't think we can go down that one, because like that's just absurd. Let's try to find a different set of downstairs. That's a new bolt, by the way. I had never seen that one. Normally, rock slimes generate in like alone. They don't really generate 8 at the same time. Okay, but yeah, this character is just bullying people with Mystic Blast. It takes me a million years to kill them, but I can certainly kill them with Mystic Blast alone. Truly a shame that I have to do that. What happens if I wield this? 98% power on Mystic Blast. It's okay. 50% power, or 50% chance of failure on Tornado, and 49% power. I guess that's okay. We are approaching tornado time. Yeah, I feel like if I put on a Ring of Wizardry, I would have tornado right now. Between Tornado and Dragon Form on Armed Combat, I think Tornado has to be better than Dragon Form on Armed Combat. I don't know, something makes me think that it's better. Truly a shame that I got Hydra Form, Blade Hands, and Dragon Form with this character that has like never punched anything with an Armed Combat. Not even once throughout the entirety of the game. And I got 3 form spells that are not my preferred one. But that's kind of the beauty of the Jin. In this case, I'm probably making things harder for myself by choosing not to use those spells. So I guess there's that. Oh, I should have used Noxious Bog against those rock slimes. Really should have. I think rock slimes move slower on water. I'm pretty sure all slimes move slower on water, and Noxious Bog is kind of dirty water, very dirty water, very poisonous dirty water. But yeah, I would be surprised if things didn't die like super fast here when standing on Noxious Bog. Okay. Shoutouts to Mystic Blast. I think this character has been like mostly killing things with Mystic Blast, like almost exclusively Mystic Blast. I find that to be really funny. But on the other hand, if I had gotten any other like Conjuration or a cool spell, I would definitely be using it by now. In fact, like I got Noxious Bog, and Noxious Bog is not a spell that you start with as a Conjurer, so I've been using that one, and I've been having a good time using Noxious Bog. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, look at that! That Quicksilverus is just like getting absolutely devastated by the Noxious Bog. Oh, the Royal Jelly. Okay. I probably shouldn't have used Swiftness, but let's take the chance and go upstairs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rest off the Swiftness, which, by the way, I got it. It was like one of my first spells, and I never really used it. Okay, I guess we can stack 5 again, because my current stack is absolutely garbage. Velocity, 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 Elixir Cloud. Truly a shame. Yeah, this is almost as bad as my previous stack, except for the Elixir. The Elixir is like actually pretty fantastic. And because of that, I probably want to do this and a bit of this and leave the cloud at the end. Probably this. Yeah, like use velocity in the upcoming fight to slow everything, and then have the elixir as an escape option if I need it. That seems okay to me. Certainly much more usable than my previous usage of stack 5. So since we know the Royal Jelly is down there, I guess we're gonna have to go down this shaft. Okay, we landed in a very good spot because the Royal Jelly is all the way over there, so I guess that gives me enough time to clear the rest of the level. I guess I can haunt everything now that I think about it. Yeah, whenever I see a monster at the edge of line of sight, I just cast Haunt, and that kinda gets rid of the problem. Yeah, look at that. Haunt is such a beautiful spell. Really insane. Alright. Pretty good, pretty good. Ooh, look at that! The favorite body armor of a Jin, a Moontroll Leather. It gives me extra regeneration compared to a regular body armor. It's already fully enchanted. Pretty good thing to have, I would say. Yeah. Like, funny thing, my current body armor is like +0 letter, or throw letter rather, so it definitely will come very useful for my character. Let's try to paralyze that thing. We succeed. I guess we can stab it with the hand axe. Those are my first melee attacks of the game, pretty much. I think at the start of the game, like at the very start of the game, I was using like some weapon of venom, like maybe a spear or something. Wouldn't be uncharacteristic of me to use a spear of venom, but I obviously didn't stick with it. I pretty much never do. And look at that, Noxious Bug doing some work here. Alright, Royal Jelly time. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's push it away. Run for my life. Re-Torment. Re-Quaff Haste, because I forgot to do so. Be Panicked, because I am next to 2 Rock Slimes. Probably should have done Bog before doing the whole thing. Bog makes them a bit slower because it's like shallow water for practical purposes. Shallow water that deals a ton of damage, right? So a pretty good thing to have. Immolation. What is this? Okay, rock slimes make big explosions. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Did I already kill the Royal Jelly? By the way, I didn't even notice. Yeah, I did. So we could theoretically just leave. Ground control. I feel like that went pretty well in my favor. I was like, why did I take damage from doing that? And then I kind of realized that I am a Jin, and that's kind of how Jin work. Of course. Oh, I would have preferred it not. I would have preferred that not to happen, but I guess it's okay. Okay, I think most of the things in this level are already dead, so even if I get marked, it should be okay. Maybe not. Yeah, that's not looking very good. That's looking pretty bad. Fear. We don't fear the acid bluff. 20 corrosion. I don't even know where that came from because I have. I maybe got corroded during the fight. Now that I think about it. Why does it have so much willpower? I think I might be dead. Yeah, that was probably a series of serious misplays. A series of serious misplays. Okay, at least I pushed away the acid bluff. That buys me a turn so I can haste. Yet another situation where the Jin is at oh, Elixir, of course. Elixir would be really good. I am going to Elixir right after pushing away this slime creature. Velocity is on top of the stack. I hope that it slows everything. Nothing appears to happen. I guess that is very characteristic of NMLX. Okay, Mystic Blast kinda hard carrying me, not gonna lie. Let's go ahead and use it again. You begin rapidly regenerating health and magic. And I don't have any escape. I guess I could summon some things. Deal for summoning. Deal for summoning doesn't sound terrible. Oh, That's my bad. Didn't really want to do that. Deal 4, summoning. Rangers, elements, dance, illusion. Okay, I hope that saves me. Maybe I could even do it again. What did we get? Rangers, Foxfire Rangers. Look at that. I hope that my guys are enough to kill the enemy guys, because otherwise I am probably kind of dead. Okay, we're gonna haunt that. Did I get paralyzed? Or no, so there's so many things happening on the screen right now that it seems like that I got paralyzed immediately. But no, there's just like all of the things currently happening. Pretty exciting fight, not gonna lie. Like, I feel like this is almost entirely me making serious mistakes. 8 armor class none. I guess it makes sense because I am like super corroded, right? Darothog, thank you for following. I hope that you enjoy what you're currently seeing. By the way, is the music too loud or something? Starting with Torment was kind of oof. I don't know. I think I was okay until I decided to try to fight when I got marked. That was a big mistake, because I was not at full HP, right? So I would have been okay if I had not been marked. I had enough HP to be able to kill the thing. But yeah, like pretty much the strategy against the Royal Jelly is almost always to Torment Immolation. I have tried that several times before. I haven't tried it a lot in 0.27, which is the current version that we have in Trunk. But in the previous versions, when I have used it, it has worked quite well for me. So much that I have even said before that that I think of that as better than bolts for your third rune. Like, it's safer probably. You like to net the Royal Jelly. That's probably something that I should have thought about. I never even keep it in mind, because like it doesn't, like, I cannot imagine the Royal Jelly being small enough to be able to net, you know? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's like literally you hit it and a bunch of giant jellies appear. Like, even rock slimes that are giant, and the Royal Jelly is not like a giant. Like, how do you explain that? That doesn't make any sense. But I guess it's a game where you're like literally summoning a bunch of rats in a high level dungeon. It doesn't need to make a lot of sense. Netting plus might and haste is good for melee, or just summoning a bunch of stuff on immolation. I like the Torment Immolation strategy. Like, the Torment Immolation strategy is what I usually go for. Okay, it seems that I'm kind of losing this fight, but not really, because I can just go ahead and keep summoning monsters with Haunt until everything is dead, and we are good to go. Yeah, shoutouts to Haunt. It is a fantastic spell. And also, my Illusion also has Haunt, so at some point very soon my Illusion will start to haunt things. Okay, that went pretty well. Like, the elixir card saved me, because I was at like 30 HP and now I am at 100 after literally spending like what, 40 HP using like deal 4 and casting Haunt. So it did heal me for a lot. Oh, look at that. The bolt of energy hits you. Unfortunate. Epic battle. Yeah, as someone that is not used to summons, This is a bit too tense for me. Wow, I guess... Oh, it's petrified. I wish I had something to do against it. I don't really have anything. Everything either hits my summons or is like garbage. Like, for example, Searing Ray. Searing Ray is what I would be thinking of. Oh, what's the bottom for Searing Ray? I haven't used it in a while. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit ridiculous. Like, so many monsters flying around and doing their thing. Both mine and my enemies. And I'm still at corrosion 24. I feel like I've been corroded for like literally 100 turns. that's how that has felt for me. Oh, that was a thing. That was an experience. So I'm gonna go down these stairs actually, because if I go down the other stairs, I'm gonna like encounter monsters next to me. Yeah, that's the power of Nemelex. You didn't think Nemelex was good. You thought that it was too random. No, it's not too random. It is indeed a very strong goth to go, especially if you have 19 invocations. Oh, Helmet of Intelligence. My current helmet gives me 6 dexterity. I guess we can go ahead and use this. How much does my dexterity change? Gives me 3 dexterity. Oh, there's a Moon Troll letter. I need to use that. That is like goth tier thing to have as a Jin. Like so much mana regeneration or HP regen that also functions as mana. Yeah, why did I forget about Haunt? And also, I don't understand how I got 24 corrosion with resist corrosion. I don't know. Like, mysteries of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Yeah, Haunt is a pretty good spell. I wonder if I can just win the game with Haunt. You probably can just win the game with Haunt. I've heard people have done it before. I have never done it myself though, so I don't feel too confident about Haunt. Truly, this is like the first time in 10 years that I have like used it for a considerable amount of the game. Because like level 7 necromancy summons, it really is the antithesis of what I normally use in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. But I love it. Star Dancers won the game just with just horns. Oh, but that's like a meme run, right? It was also Minotaur, so. But yeah, you can probably just like destroy SOT 5 with Haunt. Especially when you have 200 mana worth of Haunt, right? Okay. Decent Demon Blade. Not very good because it's +1, but Vampiric and the resistances are okay. I think we are good to go here. I don't think I care about any of these items. And now that I have Tornado at 26%, I guess I can go ahead and do Bolts 5. Yeah, in case you just jumped into the stream, I did the first part of Bolts 5 like much earlier into the game. Pretty much as soon as I hit Bolts 4, I did Bolts 5 as well. Because I have Noxious Bug, so I just like put the bug down and pushed monsters away with Mystic Blast. 3 turns later, everything was dead, right? That's kind of how it goes when you have Noxious Bug. It is really a fantastic spell to have for this part of the game. Yep, a spell wonderfully made for Bolts 5. Did I get tormented or something? Oh, I got Iron Shot and negative energy. No wonder. 78 damage. Am I trapped? I am trapped. This would be a good time to have Ignite Poison to kill that Bold Warden. But I don't have it. So I guess we're gonna read Teleport and hope for the best. Okay. As long as I don't take 78 damage again, I guess we should be fine. Okay. Teleport triggers next turn. Yes, there we go. So I have a lot of regen. 3.43. A lot of regens. Pretty much 7 HP every 2 turns, right? So only a few turns are needed for me to go from oh no I'm almost dead to oh I'm fine, I'm at full HP, which is very good in a high action level like Bolts 5, where you don't know when you're gonna be encountering hordes of deadly monsters. Staying in the middle doesn't seem like the best strategy for Bolts 5 because all the monsters are drawn towards the center. I have to agree with that. It is indeed not the best strategy. The best strategy... I don't really like doing Bolts 5 normally, but I think the best strategy is either shafting in so you don't land in the middle and therefore you do not attract like all the monsters from all the bolts, or going down, killing the both guards, because at the end of the day, the both guards are pretty much free experience, and then teleporting. Or maybe just like doing what I just did, or what I did earlier in the game, which was like go in. Oh, look at that. That is actually going to be relevant, because now we know what my next spell is going to be. My final spell, actually. Death's Door. Wow. Okay. I guess it's fine. Death's Door is a pretty good spell. I would assume that Death's Door Tornado kinda kills everything. I would assume that's a pretty good combination, actually. Normally a combination that's like very, very, very expensive to get, but this character kind of has access to it. By virtue of being a Jin, so I guess we are gonna go ahead and indulge in the Death's Door, or not Death's Door Tornado Death's Door, but more like Tornado Death's Door Tornado, pretty much. Keep me alive to ascend to the orb on your last win. Yeah, I saw you use it on the Pandemonium Lord. Pretty crazy save there. I don't know if I would have kept it in mind, because I normally don't cast Death's Door, right? Or I normally don't have it as an option, but a pretty good save nonetheless. Oh, I just thought of something. What happens when a Jin uses Death's Door? Can a Jin cast the spells while in Death's Door? If so, are the spells cast by the Jin like free? How does that work? You cannot? Oh, that is awful. I don't think I want to use Death's Door anymore. Yeah, now my thought was Death's Door while Tornado is down, and then when you have the cooldown for Tornado down, just like Tornado again while you're in Death's Door. But no, that's not. Used to be able to? Oh, come on. I think, yeah, you usually cast it on like Wreath Teleport or something, but come on, that's like the boring thing. Where's the synergies? Come on, oh wow, okay. Maybe it's about time that I give Death's Door a try. So I still have not gotten resistance to electricity. I guess I cannot afford to wield the Staff of Conjuration, unfortunately. I really need my weapon slot for the resistance to electricity, much to my dismay. Why Nemelex? I don't know if you were here yesterday. I went the Shining One because I wanted to test the theory of if I'm with the Shining One, I won't get Necromancy spells, right? And the answer is no, that is wrong. You will get Necromancy spells with the Shining One. I got Haunt, and as soon as I got Haunt, I abandoned the Shining One and I went Nemelex because I wanted to try Haunt, because I have never used it before, because it's like Necromancy summonings. What else do I need to say? But like this character is very uniquely suited to give it a try. Is Haunt great? I would say so. I would say that Haunt is indeed a very good spell. And by the way, I need to use more Destruction because Nemelex is not giving me cards because I have a lot of Destruction. I wonder how safe it is to deal 4 Destruction right now. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna find out how unsafe it is. Deal 4 Destruction. Wild Magic. Vitriol. Okay, Vitriol is like acid. It's like serious acid. Okay, I don't know what we got. I didn't even see. Oh. No, I still don't. Oh, wait, I think it's Vitriol again. Or something. Okay, probably should focus on killing the Convoker, actually. Okay, I would say that was a pretty good deal 4. We got Wild Magic, Vitriol, Wild Magic. Is Haunt great? Yes, I would say that Haunt is great. Like, you arrived just after I finished an epic fight in Slime, where I like survived at like 30 HP. While surrounded by enemies. I was reminded by someone in chat that I had the elixir card from Nemelex, and I used the elixir card, and I used the deal for summoning 2 times in a row to like get me a bunch of allies. And I also used Haunt because by that point I already had a ton of HP from the elixir card, and I also drank a couple of potions of curing, and it was pretty epic. I probably should go back and clip it, maybe even upload it to YouTube, because it was really a fantastic moment for my character. Wish summoning didn't spawn Hellwings on your experience level 7 character all of a sudden. Yeah, that sounds kinda bad. Okay, Wild Magic Vitriol. That's a bad one. And Pain. Okay, Pain is gonna be like acid. Or not acid, but draining. Oh, there we go. That's pretty good. You can no longer stack cards. Like I care. That's actually not a very good... Oh, it is a good ability, but I won't need it for a while because I don't really have escape, and I only like to stack escape. I normally don't like to use Nemelex abilities until... well, at least specifically with summoning, I don't like to use it early on. I like to use Destruction, pretty much only Destruction in the early game. Later on, once you have a bit more invocations, escape becomes usable, like actually good, and summoning also becomes kinda good. Okay, I guess we are gonna keep using Destruction here. Oh, delightful. I turned the Storm Dragon into nothing. The Fire Giant turns into a Storm Dragon. Okay. The Frost Giant turns into a Black Draconian. I don't know how I feel about those. I guess it's okay. It's not really that big of an issue. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here and spam my pain cards. Okay, took 4 damage from that. Time to Mystic Blast again to push monsters away from me. You'd rather be a Draconian than a dragon? I don't know. I feel like being a dragon is pretty cool. you deal a ton of damage. And if you happen to get Manifold Assault, that's pretty sweet. More destruction, Wild Magic. Wild Magic doesn't really do anything. Ow! Ow, that's a lot of damage from Bolt of Cold. That Golden Dragon was very nasty. Oh wow, I drank heal wounds. It didn't heal me anything because the Gold Dragon... Oh, the Frost Giant. Now it was a Frost Giant. Well, things are not looking very good for my character. Affected by silence. I guess I should have thought about that before because I have File of Lots. This would be an excellent time to get some Elixir cards from Nemelex. Specifically Elixir, but that's not how Nemelex works. One escape card. Yeah, I haven't had Nemelex for a very long time, unfortunately. Wow, I just keep like getting spammed by Bolt of Cold. This time it didn't hit me, or did it? Oh, hits you resist, so it didn't really deal a lot of damage. Okay. Quaff resistance, or do you have enough resistances? No, but yeah, I think it's a bit too late to quaff resistance. I think I'm just kind of committed to the fight as it is right now. Okay, that went pretty well. Not gonna complain about that. No haste. Probably should haste indeed. But yet again, it's a bit too late into the fight for buffs. So I'm just gonna like stick with it. Oh, okay. I'm very glad that I remembered that I don't have resistance to electricity unless I'm wielding these garbage hand axe. It's literally something that I've been complaining about for the entirety of the game. And my plan was wearing storm scales. The plan kinda was aborted once I got Moon Troll Letter, because like you're not gonna say no to Moon Troll Letter as a Jin, right? In fact, I think Moon Troll Letter gives me... Oh, never mind. I thought it gave me some willpower, but I guess it doesn't. I was a bit too excited to get rid of my ring of willpower, but I guess it won't happen. So my issue here is that I have very little HP. It sounds like funny, but it is actually my issue. If I had more HP, I could just spam Mystic Blast, as I've been doing for pretty much the rest of the game, and I would like kill everything. Summon again. Summon again. I guess we can summon again. Wait, you have a polearm. I'm very glad that I noticed, because if I summoned you would have hit me and I would have died. That's not good. Let's not die. Dying is not good. Okay. That's very good. Bold Warden collides with the Black Draconian. We like to see that. And again. Okay. Okay, so I have so much regen that the cost is like being mostly offset by the regen. It costs 4 mana to cast Mystic Blast, and I regen 3.44 per turn. So sometimes, some turns 4, some turns 3. Very good. I like it a lot. At this point, I think we are okay. I don't think I'm gonna die now. Yeah, I think I even killed the Bold Warden. I didn't even notice, but yeah, you killed the Bold Warden. Okay, that was my greatest threat because the Bold Warden was using a Bardiche. Alright, back to full HP in like 3 turns because I have so much regen, and we are ready to continue. And I guess this is a good time to showcase the power of Haunt. So Haunt is a smite targeted, you select a monster and it summons a million raids, right? And the raids disappear when the monster dies, unfortunately. But but it like deals crazy damage. Yeah, it also like most, if not all of the raids just like straight up slow the monster. So that's like irresistible slow. Pretty good effect to have available. Yeah, I would even go as far as to say that the slow is actually the best part of Haunt because it's like irresistible smite targeted slow that also deals a ton of damage and sometimes just straight up kills the monster. It's very good. It's very good. I would certainly have it as a pocket spell if it was not a summoning necromancy spell. Yeah, like just look at that. That was two casts of the spell, and the monster is like literally surrounded by ghosts. So good. Okay, I think the Sphinx flies. Yes, it does fly. So we are not gonna be doing Bog against the Sphinx, but I will be doing Bog against the rest of these guys. This is actually how I killed the entrance party. I just like used Noxious Bog and waited pretty much, bullied those guys around with Mystic Blast a bit, and then until they all died, and then I just left the level. Just to get the experience a bit earlier than usual. Because the experience from 24 Bolt Guards and a couple of additional enemies has to be worth something, right? It wasn't. It also wasn't really that dangerous. Oh yeah, look at that. That's just like absurd. It's like undead butterflies that actually deal a ton of damage. I just love Haunt. I really do wish it was in better spell schools. Look at that. Everything died. And I didn't really have to do anything other than point my hands at them and mumble some dark magic stuff. Yeah, I guess I have to attribute my success with this character to the fact that I got the Moon Troll letter. Like that extra regen is very noticeable when you're casting, like when you're dealing 4 damage to yourself every turn, in addition to whatever damage the monsters are also dealing to you. Like the damage can very quickly pile up in your well, against you. Yeah. How is your night going? It's going quite well. Yeah, it's actually going quite well. There were a couple of close calls, in fact. Oh, look at that, the Robe of Death Store. That's very flavorful for this character. Yeah, as I was saying, there were a couple of close calls, very interesting close calls as well, that I feel like I navigated quite well. We had a lot of help from chat, actually, because this character would be dead had I not been reminded of the fact that I had Elixir available. Like, Elixir saved my character at some point, and yeah, it went pretty well. Is this Jin Conjurer? Yes, I abandoned the Shining one because my theory was that I was not going to get a Necromancy spell with the Shining one, and I got Haunt, and Haunt is like amazing, so I just decided that Haunt was like not worth going the Shining one, especially because I've never really used it for an extended period of time. I've gotten it like once before, and I've like used it only for SOT and only like 3 casts. So this game I got to use it a bit more, and even though it's quite nerfed compared to previous iterations of the spell, it is still a pretty fantastic spell, and I'm liking it quite a bit. So, um, we got Death's Door, we got Tornado. I feel like the character is doing quite well. And also we just got the 4th rune. So I guess all that's left for me to do is to go do SOT and win the game. Yeah, let's also maybe lower the volume a bit. I'm gonna finish this character and the character sheet is gonna say like Mystic Blast 3000 casts, and Haunt like 200 casts, Blade Hat 0 casts, Dragon Form 0 casts, Hydra Form 0 casts. That's no joke what the character sheet is going to say. I feel like that has to be the standard experience with a Jhin. Like, not all the spells that you're gonna get are gonna be spells that you wanna use with your character. And this character is more like a Blasty Conjurer type character that doesn't really have a lot of melee, or any melee at all. So it's understandable that I haven't really used my forms. Especially when I didn't get the best one, which in my opinion is a statue form. But I have had three of these guys, 3 Jhin, get to the late game, and 2 out of those 3 have had a statue form, so this one hasn't, and I was also able to get it to the late game, even though like there were a lot of close calls. Oh, look at that. Cutting Wind for 51. I wouldn't be surprised if Cutting Wind still dealt extra damage to flyers. That seems like an oversight that could happen. Okay. I feel like that's a lot of Draconians, and I'm not feeling safe anymore. Kinda wanna leave. Yeah, leave, rest to full HP, come back, press the tornado button, and kinda murder everyone. Because that's kinda what tornado does. Pretty fantastic spell. If you have never used Tornado, I greatly recommend you to give it a try. It's kind of complicated to use, but as far as damage goes, I would say that it deals more damage than other level 9 spells. Off the top of my head, like it surely deals more damage than Firestorm. It also surely deals more damage than Shatter. The issue with the difference, or like why the reason why those are more used than Tornado is because Tornado takes a while to deal all that damage, all that irresistible, unavoidable, undodgeable damage. While with Shatter and Firestorm you can just like spam those, and even though they deal less damage per cast, they deal much more damage over a shorter period of time. So yeah. You also have to be kind of close to the monsters when you're tornadoing them, which might not favor characters that achieve that level of magic, you know? Because if you get to a level 9 spell, you're probably sacrificing a bit when it comes to the defenses. Which, funnily enough, happens to be the case with this character. Wow, was that double miscast of Tornado? Truly unfortunate. Well, third one kinda works. And yep, that's Tornado. It just murdered everything. Keep in mind that those monsters have like 100 HP, so they're like no small fry. It does take a while for me to kill them, but I can certainly kill them. Okay, so something that I just thought of is that this bolt like turns plants into Oclops, right? So super annoying. What happens if I kill the plants before they turn into Oclops? That probably gets rid of most of the Oclop threat. Okay, I'm kind of getting low on HP and heavily corroded. Gonna walk out, regen to full HP. Funnily enough, I regen to full HP before getting rid of the corrosion. Oh, you know what? I have Tornado. Why am I not using Tornado? Tornado is literally the perfect spell for me to kill everything in this vault. Yeah, I can even go down, go back up, and Tornado again. And one last time. Oh, I guess I don't need the Tornado against a single one. Yeah, there we go. Not bad at all. Tornado is, by the way, like amazing against Orbs of Fire because it doesn't check evasion or anything, and it's just like enough damage to kill an Orb of Fire in either a single cast or probably like 2 casts. But it's likely to leave it low enough on HP that you're gonna be okay with a single cast and probably like a couple of Mystic Blasts or something, or maybe Haunt after you're done with the Tornado. Okay, so I just remembered that I have stack 5. Let's go ahead and stack 5 escape. Replace your current stack. I think my current stack was mostly garbage, so yes. Exile, exile, cloud, cloud, and velocity. Okay, I guess I'm gonna do this. Wasn't there some anti-air spell? Yes, Airstrike. Airstrike was recently reworked into not affecting things that are flying, especially anymore. Very recently, actually. It just happened like a couple of weeks ago. Okay, Orb of Fire time. So since I was not tornadoing by the time I encountered the Orb of Fire, or rather the opposite, since I started tornadoing before I saw the Orb of Fire, it's probably not gonna like deal significant damage to it. But if things get too nasty, I have like the best panic button in the game theoretically. The one panic button that guarantees that you won't die. So I guess there's that. And we even get to find out if these guys can cast the spells while in that store. But yeah, take a look at that. Severely damaged. You feel frail. That's really bad. Gonna have to get rid of that. Let's Tornado again. You destroy the Orb of Fire. That is the power of Tornado. Pretty good spell. I love it. Now let's get rid of the frailness. Okay, that's pretty good. Sharp fingernails for the unarmed combat that this character was destined to be, but never was. And clarity. Clarity is okay. Not really. Doesn't really do anything. Truly, I don't think I've ever gotten confused in this character. I mean, I've gotten confused while playing this game before, of course. It happens all the time, pretty much, especially during the early stages of the game. But this character found willpower super early into the game. Oh, look at that. I guess pushing a ghost moth repeatedly into a sod trap is probably not like the best of ideas, or a moth of wrath rather. I guess for practical purposes they're pretty much the same thing. Okay, we're gonna tornado that tentacled monstrosity. I think that Quicksilver Dragon dispelled my tornado. That's pretty mean. Oh, I guess I can cast it again at least. Yep, pretty good spell. Pretty good spell indeed. 7% chance of miscast. I wonder if I should go lower. Probably not. Oh, you know what? I just thought of something. I'm using Tornado, right? So let's go ahead and get the Staff of Air. That I bought enhances my Tornado and gives me gives me resistance to electricity. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good thing to use. I don't really care about the willpower because I already have so much. So yeah, um, let's go ahead and go back to SOT 2. I don't even know why I'm clearing SOT. I normally don't. Okay, I don't have a lot of piety with Nemelex, so let's just go ahead and spam destruction normally. I need to get rid of my cards of destruction because Nemelex won't give me more cards if I don't get rid of the cards of destruction. Same goes for the cards of summoning. The door usually leaves you with like very little HP, so you can probably cast one level 9 spell one time. You will not regenerate you during that store. Yes. The thing is that we don't know for sure if it actually will let me cast a spell, because as far as we know, when you are under Death Store, you don't really get the ability to change your HP. So it doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. I don't know if that works with a Jhin, or if Jhins get free spells, or what happens. But yeah, maybe before I win, I would like to find out. Alright, took a while, but those guys were able to kill the paralyzed Draconian. Okay, probably Tornado here. Just because it deals so much damage. I really enjoy how much damage Tornado deals, especially like power enhanced Tornado. Let's see, 69% power, not bad. I wish it showed how much damage it deals, but I know it's like incredible damage. I don't even know the formula, but I would be surprised if it was not straight up more damage than Firestorm or Shatter. But yeah, Tornado, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Absolute Zero has to be better than Tornado, though. Unfortunately, Absolute Zero is just like the best spell in the game as it is right now. The ability to just point at a single enemy and say, "You die," is way too strong. I really think it shouldn't be in the game as it is right now, because it kind of trivializes a lot of the late game enemies that have like 700 HP. What is the point of having 700 HP if it dies to a single level 9 spell, you know? That cannot even miss or anything weird like that. I don't know. Look at the power of Mystic Blast. Those guys were just like bullied with Mystic Blast. Your first dozen experiences with Jhin were not Jhin Gladiator. Yeah, when I played Jhin the first time, I also tried Jhin Gladiator. I quickly realized that it was like really bad, so I kind of stopped playing Jhin Gladiator. Okay, let's try to not die. Cannot guarantee anything, especially because I don't have blinking. Yeah, no blinking. Trove asked me for 13 teleport. I have 11. I have 11. No more teleport in this game. So I am at low HP next to two Berserk Dragons and slow. My idea was Tornado Death Store. My idea was Tornado Death Store, because I don't really have like most other things to do. Maybe Tornado Death Store teleport. I guess I could like skip a step, the greedy step, and just like Death's Door teleport. That's probably safer. I'm pretty sure Death's Door lasts for long enough for me to be able to teleport. Um, by the way, for some reason I got yellow contamination. When did that happen? Oh, you hear a lotsa. You are contaminated with residual magic, -4 strength. Very aggravating. Um, so yeah, I'm really thinking about it. Death's Door teleport or Tornado Death's Door teleport. The thing is that I wouldn't be surprised if I just straight up died next turn, because these things deal like crazy damage. Oh, I could cancel, but the issue with cancellation is that it's one turn spent. Um, yeah, I think we just tornado this, or we just Death's Door teleport. I think Death's Door teleport has to be the safer thing to do. You stand defiantly in Death's doorway. You take 80 damage. Okay, that's not quite truth because I did it to myself. I wouldn't have taken so much damage. Anyway, let's try to tornado. You cannot pay life while functionally dead. Boo. Okay, now we know. Now we re-teleport. So I am in Death's Door. I mean, I cannot die, but cannot use Nemelek's abilities. I guess I can use a Deck of Destruction. That I can do. I guess I can use Exile. And Exile again. And we got rid of the things that weren't Berserk. What do you come back to? Me being at 90 HP next to 2 Berserk Dragons, getting afraid and casting Death's Door. That's what's currently going on. And now I don't really need to teleport or Death's Door again, because these guys are not Berserk anymore. So yeah, shoutouts to me. Okay, I guess we teleported. I'm still in Death's Door. I wonder if drinking cancellation gets rid of Death's Door. That seems unsafe. I'm not gonna do it. Now I would like to be stealthy and like just beat the moth to death. Yeah, the issue is that I don't have any melee skill. I have 0 staves or 0 weapon or 0 anything, you know? So while beating the moth to death would indeed be a very good idea, I don't think I can do it. Okay, maybe I can give it a try. Oh, look at that, I glow exploded. I have so much contamination that I glow exploded. I'm adept at fighting. What do you use to fight? Spells. Spells. Yeah, that's literally how this character answers, with 23 fighting and 23 spell casting. Wow, I cannot believe I glow exploded. Wow, that's crazy. I have so much contamination that I glow exploded. How much contamination did that salt trap give me? That's crazy. I guess it's unsafe to walk around with so much contamination. Yeah, the issue is that my Death's Door is like running out. So I think we can sell right now. I don't think that got rid of Death's Door, but it certainly did get rid of... oh wow, it makes a lot of noise? Oh no, it doesn't make a lot of noise. The glow explosion is what makes a lot of noise. Okay, now I'm scared because we heard a lot of things coming my way. That could be really bad. Yeah, oh, that glow explosion destroyed my character. Now I'm probably gonna die. Oh, now I am definitely gonna die. There's no way I save myself from this. Um, let's see, there has to be a way because I'm still like in that store. But yeah, that Quicksilver Dragon, terrifying. Um, the Quicksilver Dragon is like the biggest threat. The other thing, like it's outside my line of sight, and the tentacle monstrosity is a bad meme. Tele again, it's not gonna work. Death's Door cannot be recast for 3 turns after you cast it, or after it like finishes. Do we have Tomb Card in the deck? We don't. We have Garbage, Velocity, Cloud, Cloud. We've been getting like crazy amounts of Velocity and Cloud. We have not really gotten Tomb, and we have gotten 1 Elixir card in the entirety of the game. So we have gotten kind of unlucky with the cards there. I kind of want to draw Escape. I feel like that's what we do. Teleporting is not gonna work because I'm likely to land in a very bad spot, and it's also gonna last. It's gonna last forever. Like it's gonna take me a million years. You should have just read Tele to cancel earlier on. Definitely, I should have done that. I was actually going to do it the turn I teleported, unfortunately. But yeah, I was really thinking about it. If we have Tomb in Escape, we can draw 3-4 and get it. Yeah, I don't know if we have Tomb in Escape. Or rather, I don't know what cards there are in my deck of Escape. But I guess we are gonna be drawing some Escape. Tentacle Monstrosity seems to slow down. Elixir would be okay if I could make use of it. Oh, look at that! That would have been very good if the Quicksilver Dragon wasn't within melee range. I'm gonna spam that a bit. Okay, and now we are gonna try to kill this thing before it kills me. Your life is in your own hands once again. Ooh, and it missed. Let's go. Okay, that could have killed me, but it didn't kill me, thanks to my 22 evasion. Now I wish I had heal wounds, which I don't. Heal wounds would be amazing to have right now. Well, yeah, probably. Does Fear work on them? Definitely no, because it has a million willpower. Fear checks willpower, unfortunately. It doesn't work on this Quicksilver Dragon. Probably drink a bunch of curing. Yeah, probably drink a bunch of curing. About 33% chance to hit you. I feel like we drink a bunch of curing. Yes, we gain 20. Ah, it got rid of my elixir ability. What a jerk. Mind Burst doesn't work because it has a million willpower. And Mind Burst checks willpower. Yeah, just for like educational purposes, chance to affect 9%. So it wouldn't work. My options here are like Acid, pretty much. Acid, maybe a Chimera. Ice Blast or Lightning Rod would make a lot of noise. Ice Blast would make a lot of noise. And it would also hurt me. Destruction. Destruction can kill me. I can get like Electrocution and it would kill me. I can also get the Orb, and I feel like it makes a ton of noise if it hits walls, and I'm currently surrounded by walls. So yeah, it's kind of a bad idea. I think drink Curing again. You step away from Death's Doorway. Okay, that means that I can recast Death's Door, at least. But with 50 HP, I think I am a bit safe. Let's go. Let's go. I was able to kill it just with Mystic Blast. That went quite well. When I got 50 HP, I was like, I think I'm okay. Yeah, at that point I didn't really feel that threatened by that guy. Um, you know what? Let's probably turn this on. So cheap compared to fighting. Okay, probably haste here. Probably acid. And acid. And acid. And acid. It's time to spend all of my acid. How does a toe gesture? I don't know. I mean, I've picked up things off the floor with my toes. I guess that's how a toe gestures. You really think about it. Okay, that went okay, I would say. Now these guys are gonna destroy that tentacle monstrosity. I'm not even worried about that. Yeah. And we're back at full HP. That was a pretty close call. This game has been full of close calls. Wow. The changing room and it doesn't have potions of mutation. I feel scammed. That went pretty well. Not gonna lie. That was pretty interesting. Yeah, changing room with no mutation. What a scam. Come on. I didn't even know that it could generate without mutation. Like, come on, what is that? Wow, one escape card, very useful. So shoutouts to Nemelex. Nemelex saved the run there. Without Nemelex giving me the tomb card, I would have been attacked by the Draconian and the Tentacle Monstrosity in addition to the Dragon, right? And that would have probably killed me. Oh, look at that, is the Sphinx that we generated before. Well, it doesn't stand a chance against Haunt. Haunt really does murder everything. Shining One would have summoned a million Devas. The Shining One would have summoned a million Devas. Yeah, I guess you can summon like 3 to 4 Devas, and that kind of solves any issue that you have in the game. Look at that, it's a bot with Storm Dragons, Raiju, and Ball Lightning. Definitely a nasty vault to encounter if you don't have resistance to electricity. Fortunately for me, I do have that from my Staff of Air. Oh yeah. Okay. I got Storm Scales. A bit too late. Now I'm pretty committed to the Moon Troll letter. The extra regen from the Moon Troll letter also helped quite a lot there. Oh, look at that, it's a +9 scimitar. This seems like a very nasty bolt. If you don't have resistance to electricity, this bolt just like melts you. You probably die in like 3 turns. Okay. It even has 650. 650 can deal deceptive amounts of damage, even to characters in the end game, because they have like so many attacks and they attack with electricity, so they kind of do deal some crazy damage. You always just avoid this bolt, even with resistance to electricity. It is annoying. I can see that. I think I'm done with the bolt. Does it require like flying or something? Less annoying with flying at least. Yeah, definitely. No fumbling in water. No being constrained by the deep water. Oh, look at that. You get a lot of experience for taking out the obelisk. I think it's not worth any experience. It's also unkillable. It has 10,000 HP. It really is unkillable. Like, maybe Death's Door. I haven't tried, or not Death's Door, but like Absolute Zero. I haven't tried Absolute Zero on the obelisk. But yeah, leaving aside spells that shouldn't really exist in the game, it is unkillable. Yeah, if you try to kill it without Absolute Zero, it would just regen any amount of damage that you would deal to it off of natural regeneration, because it has 10,000 HP, you know? How would that one unique with Death's Door deal with Absolute Zero? We don't know, because Nergal, who used to have Death's Door, doesn't have it anymore, because it was more an annoyance than it was an actual threat. So it got removed from Nergal's book. Alrighty. Absolute Zero kills it? We don't know. Well, at least I don't know. For sure, for first hand, I don't know. I have never even attempted it. No character of mine with Absolute Zero has ever encountered an obelisk to give it a try. But if one of these days I have one, I would try to do it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You really are not meant to kill that thing. I bet it doesn't even give any experience. Let's go ahead and find out. So experience given 0. Yeah, it really does give zero experience. So don't even go through the trouble of dealing with Diamond Obelisk, because you won't be getting a reward. So yeah, funny thing indeed. You can probably Absolute Zero them, because they are creatures. No, actually they might be plants, now that I think about it. If they give 0 experience, they might be plants, and you cannot Absolute Zero plants. So they might not give any. They might not give any, or they might not be Absolute Zero ball. Alrighty, so far so good. When can I summon them as Feda's worshipper? I don't know. I heard that the restriction of Fedas, like Fedas didn't really used to like gargoyles. I think, no, never mind. I think Fedas stopped disliking gargoyles a very long time ago when he was reworked. I think the one that lost the restriction was Jredel Null. Yeah, the one that lost the restriction in recent times was Jredel Null for sure. It happened right after I finished like my Dread cat with statue form. Well, not really right after. I finished that character a couple of months ago, but still, I wish I had gone Dread post non-hatred of statues. Oh, look at that! That's a bunch of butterflies. And what happened there? Oh, silence. Oh, that's not good. Yeah. I'm sorry. I have to go. I have to leave. Okay. I lost the silence because I got dispelled by the Quicksilver Dragon. But yeah, that's kind of or not really. I haven't lost the silence, but I will lose it like soon. Yeah, this bolt kind of sucks. What is this bolt? Excuse me? What is this bolt? What is this bolt, dude? That seems kind of unfair, you know? Million killer clowns, and they are all hitting me. Like, I guess my defenses are not good enough to be able to complain. But yeah, this bolt seems like really messed up. Thinking about thinking about Death's Door again. Yeah, what's the bottom for Death's Door? Oh, look at that! I got 33. Oh, you miscast Death's Door. Well, that is delightful. Let's try not to miscast it. Okay, we miscast it 2 times in a row at 9%. Let's try one more time. Okay, haha, check that out. I cast Death's Door and I gained HP. That's how low on HP I was. So this guy should blink away, right? He's gonna wait here for that guy to blink. Can you blink, please? Your time is quickly running out. Oh, delightful! Of course you blink after we are after we go upstairs. Why not just Ice Blast him? I really should do that. I still have time to do so. Lol, he's clever. Your life is on your own hands again. Okay, we can avoid dying by reading a Skull Fogu. You step away from that doorway. Killer Clowns are tanky now. Yeah, they have like 150 HP, something like really annoying. Oh, you cannot drink potions in your current state. Can I get Elixir? Oh, well, shoutouts to Nemelex. Oh, now I just killed the Killer Clown. Yeah, goodbye. Have a nice on life, Mr. Killer Clown. What's the best way to kill this guy? Okay, I guess we can just LRD it. Yeah, LRD is a good spell. That was a thing. This character has been an experience. My defenses are so bad. My defenses are so bad, and my spells are also like not the best. Haunt probably. Yeah, Haunt was a good one. Probably should have used Haunt. The thing with Haunt is that it would have taken maybe more than a single turn to kill it, and that's not what I wanted. But at least we can use Haunt against like many of these things. The way to clear that bolt, actually, the way to clear it is to wait for these things to come out and then like spam Haunt against them. Like that's how we are gonna kill these Killer Clowns. No more fooling around with Killer Clowns. Yeah, we are done with the games, because if we play games with Killer Clowns, you die. Not anymore. Okay, pretty interesting playthrough. I might even upload the entirety of this playthrough to YouTube. Not gonna lie. I feel like I've both had a good time with this playthrough, and it's been like a pretty interesting playthrough with a lot of close calls and interesting things that have happened to this character. Yeah, I feel like it would make for quality entertainment for YouTube. As far as Jin go, I also want to upload my first Jin win. I haven't cropped it, but I still have the time to do so. So I probably have to do it either tonight or tomorrow, because if I take any longer than that, it might disappear from Twitch. And I don't want that to happen, because I want to preserve that one for posterity. Okay, so Haunt is strong, but it makes for slower gameplay. Like I have to wait forever for the raids to kill the thing. It takes them like 3 to 4 turns to kill the thing. Even weak things like this Guardian Mummy don't die very fast. Oh, look at that! It's a Dark Flail of Chaos. So this is a summed bolt. Oh, look at that! My first Phantom Mirror. First one in SOT 5. Oh, I see. That makes sense. That explains why everyone hates this bolt. Yeah, butterflies plus dispersal traps is definitely not a good thing. Almost dead, severely wounded. Alrighty, we can go ahead and Ice Blast these guys. Didn't kill the two of them. I was kind of expecting it to kill both of them, but it's okay. You kill the Killer Clown. Not bad, and I guess we can finish the Storm Dragon with Mystic Blast. So far, so good. Oh, this is pretty terrible, by the way. This is a pretty bad bolt. Now that I'm very glad that I got to experience this bolt with a character with that store, because if I had not had that store, I would have been kind of annoyed. There's a DCSS replay which can replay the TTY rec files in these Tiles mode. Have you ever used it? No, I have not. Fortunately, when it comes to like replaying my games, I have the magic of Twitch. I can go back and watch my video on demand, and since I avoid playing offline to like avoid burnout and stuff, I only play Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup on Twitch on stream. And yeah, it works quite well for me. I think I've told the story before, but almost a year ago, I was playing a lot of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, both on stream and off stream, and that kind of caused me to burn out on it. And I reached kind of a point where I didn't really want to play neither on stream nor off stream, which obviously brought me trouble. That also like happened to coincide with the brief time where I got my call center job that I ended up quitting after like 90 days. No, it was less than that. It was like 45 days. Well, the point is that I didn't really last very long in that job, and yeah, during the period of time in which I had that job, I didn't really stream a lot because I ended up too mentally exhausted to like stream for like 10 hours. So, well, not really 10 hours, but 4 extra hours on top of my time at work. That is pretty bad. Yeah, I was like, I can take these guys with Tornado. We're fine. We're Gucci. And then we saw the two orbs of fire, and now I don't think I can take them. So I'm gonna jump in the teleport trap. Okay, pretty good teleport. Not gonna complain about that one. But yeah, it seems that for this character, it's par for the course, like taking 70 damage out of nowhere when two monsters are within melee range. Okay. Round 2, I guess. The music is very fitting. I wonder if I can lure that Dread Lich into stepping on a teleport trap. Oh, I bet I can. Yeah, goodbye. You cannot cast the spells while silenced. When did that happen? Oh, of course, a turn ago. I wish I had silent. I wish I had like cancellation. Cancellation would be very good right now. Okay, I can just teleport again. Oh, your hearing returns. Okay, lasted for a very short period of time, so I guess we can. Ouch. Something makes me think that we are not going to be winning this fight. So maybe we teleport away. Okay, that was an excellent teleport. Happened to get really lucky with that teleport. Not gonna complain about it. And I have good fire resistance. I actually have nothing more and nothing less than what you start with as a Jin. So yeah, let's see if that is enough for Sot. Okay, shoutouts to Tornado. That was pretty much a one-shot on that Orb of Fire. I mean, I did use Acid against it, but a one-shot is a one-shot. Okay, rest to full HP. Go down, wait for that guy to step towards me. Okay, that's not working, so go upstairs and full HP again. Quicksilver Dragon and Orb of Fire at the same time is very not ideal. Very, very bad actually, because the Quicksilver Dragon will just Quicksilver me and remove the Tornado. Okay, the Orb of Fire is in jail. This is great. So I saw that the Orb of Fire stepped on, well, not stepped, was placed on that little bolt by the Tornado, and I was like, okay, let's take the chance. Let's just do it. So yeah, we're probably gonna leave that Orb of Fire there for the rest of the game. There's no need to ever bring it out. Yep, easy peasy kill against that Ancient, or that Lich. It wasn't really an Ancient Lich, it was a Dread Lich. Locked up the Orb of Fire. Yeah, now it's in jail. Will not be able to hurt people anymore. No! Orbs of Fire cannot have hands. That's a crime against nature and all that is good in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Okay, I feel that went pretty well. So, in case you don't know, Tornado is also a kind of a positional magic spell, in the sense that you cannot use it in a corridor. In fact, like the fact that you cannot use it in a corridor kind of makes me think that it would be more at home in fire magic instead of being a nerd magic spell. But yeah, if you use it in a closed space, like for example, if I was to cast Tornado here, it would not last for very long. It lasts for shorter if you cast it in a closed space. So yeah, if you want to be using your Tornado, it's good to use it here in the vault, where it can grow as much as it wants to, but you really shouldn't use it in one of those choke points or a corridor or anything. Alrighty. Okay, I'm very glad that I decided to train for Tornado, because it's kind of been carrying me here in Sot. I don't think Mystic Blast would have done the trick against like Orbs of Fire. Okay, maybe it would have, but I would have had to haste, and it would have taken me quite a lot of Mystic Blasts. Like, I've been using it to kill Orb Guardians, and it's taken me quite a while to do so. Okay, I don't want a tornado immediately because I don't want to tornado and then like as soon as it finishes an orb of fire comes into view or something weird. Haunt is good against Source of Fire. Yeah, for sure it is. I actually haven't tried it and I wanna give it a try. Because I'm very unlikely to ever use Haunt again unless I get it again as a Jin. So I kinda wanna try it against an Orb of Fire now that I have the chance to do so. Slows them. Yep, it slows them because AF slow is like irresistible, like it just slows them. It's like AF paralyzed from wasps and stuff. It just paralyzes you and there's no resisting it. Pretty good. Oh, you know what? We have Tornado for situations like these. There we go. I'm kinda surprised at how functional a Jin can be when you have 213 HP. It is really not a lot of HP. I'm used to having more because I apparently always get statue form when I play a Jin. And when I don't get statue form, I don't have good spells. Did someone read a scroll of summoning? Come on, that is cheap. Okay, I'm just getting blinked left and right here. Hopefully the tornado is enough to kill these guys. It did kill the liches. Not gonna complain about that. That seems good enough to me. Especially considering how Tornado will be usable the next turn. Let's do a deal for destruction, just for fun. Okay, we got Orb. I guess we want to kill the Storm Dragon. Alright, deal for destruction doesn't look like a very good thing. Seems like it doesn't have a lot of synergy. Okay, this is a standard but annoying. We are marked and health. Okay, so big brain time. If I cast Dragon Form right now, it gets rid of the net. So yeah, if I cast Dragon Form right now, it gets rid of the net because dragons are giant. It also gives me a lot of HP, but the defenses are much worse, and I do not regenerate. It would probably be a case of casting Dragon Form and then on Dragon Forming. Okay, first cast of Dragon Form in SOT 5 with 0 unarmed combat. Let's go. Happen to kill everything. But yeah, wow, look at that, 1621 in Dragon Form. I wish I had unarmed combat. Well, not really, because it would be a huge waste in experience to get unarmed combat, and I probably wouldn't have Tornado if I had unarmed combat. With that being said, let's go ahead and end the transformation. Heavily wounded, severely wounded. Maybe let's do a deal for destruction again. Deal for destruction. We got the storm, doesn't do anything, pretty much. Well, I guess I killed the North Guardian. We got the storm again. Oh, I killed the Draconian Monk. Degeneration and Wild Magic. Okay. I guess. I mean, I guess it's okay. We can do the same again. Betrayal against the Orb of Fire. Pain against the Etin. Spark Wasp. That doesn't look like a Spark Wasp to me. Take a look at my tile at my console like section in the stream, that certainly doesn't look like a spark wasp to me. It looks like a netting. Well, whatever. Now it looks like a spark wasp. Oh, it is because I drew the generation and it just hadn't refreshed yet. It was a netting tile too, not sure what was happening. I guess tiles do not update until the end of the turn or something, because it got turned into the Spark Wasp by Wild Magic while I was doing the deal 4. Makes sense. Okay, let's go ahead and do it again. Okay, I think I pushed away the Orb of Fire. Or something. Yeah, there it is. It is slow, by the way. Oh, I think that might have been the last Orb of Fire. I forgot to haunt it, but I guess it's okay, because like you want to haunt a single Orb of Fire as soon as it appears at the edge of line of sight. My encounters with Orbs of Fire with this character were not really like that. They were like, oh, you're fighting a Draconian Band and a Killer Clown and a North Guardian that is Berserk? Well, have an Orb of Fire on top of that. So I just kind of tornadoed. So I never really had the chance to use Haunt against the Orbs of Fire, unfortunately. But yeah, theoretically it's a pretty good spell against them. So I guess this is gonna be a rough Orb run. I acquired a Scroll of Blinking somehow. Wasn't it a netting at one point due to degen? Yes, it was a netting. It got turned from whatever it was, I think it was a Draconian, into a netting, into a Spark Wasp in the lapse of like 2 turns. I feel sorry for that Draconian, or whatever it was. With that being said, let's go ahead and do the usual. Amount of Pandemonium Lords found in the Orb run. This time I'm gonna give you guys 2 minutes. Let's see how it goes. Go ahead and make your bets, 2 or less, or 3 or more Pandemonium Lords. Let's go ahead and pick up the Orb. And yeah. In the meantime, while you guys put your bets, I'm gonna run an ad break and get some water. So good luck, everyone. Okay, ads are over. Thank you so much for your patience when it comes to the ads. I find it pretty surprising that you have never died on the Orb run. I have died multiple times in the Orb run. Sometimes due to hubris, sometimes due to me playing Trunk. Like, there was with this one time where I was even unable to get out of here, right? Because there was a net trap that generated, and there was a Pandemonium Lord with Summon Demon that summoned Inoxinul that summoned a bunch of Ufetubi, and everyone was just like doing a conga train over the net trap, so I was like permanently netted, so my tower shield was kind of rendered useless, and I died like that. So yeah, it's pretty painful when it does happen. Anyway, let's go ahead and try to win the game. You avoid being caught in a net trap. Yay. Um, okay, that's the orb of fire that we placed in Horny Jail. We are gonna leave it just where it is. Oh wait, I can haunt it. And more importantly, I can haunt it through the grate because it's great. Oh, shoutouts to that. Okay, that's stupid. Let's not die. Let's not die like that. Your browser did not allow you to predict for some reason. It might be related to the laws of your country. No, wait, never mind. You have the icon. I think you did put in a prediction. But yeah, leaving that aside for the moment, there's some countries that straight up don't allow people to make channel point predictions because gambling is illegal in those countries. Even though channel points don't really mean anything or do anything or don't have any monetary value, right? So I think it's kind of silly to prevent people from betting them in streams online. But what do I know? Okay, so far we have gotten 0 Panlords. Oh, look at that! You can shatter a toenail golem. So far we have gotten 0. Still 0. That Hell Sentinel is about the closest to a Panlord that a spawn can be. Oh wow, we are kind of destroying it with Mystic Blast. Like that was a million Mystic Blasts. Like it was literally like 20 Mystic Blasts. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but more than 10 at least. Look at that. Look at that. Amazing. There was a player ghost here. Let's go ahead and kill it. Yeah, when I first encountered it, it was too scary, but not anymore. Okay, Tsitsimitu, we do not want to mess with that because it has Torment. But I have a lot of regen, so it's okay. You know what? It would be nice to have Iron Shot or something, so I could kill these things without pushing them away. Okay, still 0 Panlords. Believe it or not, we have not encountered a lot of Panlords this run. I guess I should be grateful for that because it's not unheard of for me to find like literally 3 of them before leaving Sod. It has happened before and will probably happen in the future, but oh, that's the first one. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. Energy Bolt, 53 damage, dangerous Panlord, not resistant to fire. Not that it really matters, but do you fly? Just out of curiosity, you fly. Okay, so we are gonna close the door and we're gonna tornado this guy. Oh, subdued magic is terrible. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. It seems utterly heartbroken. How sad is that? Did I lose my horns? I didn't lose my horns. I kinda want the horns because they give me intelligence. I don't want subdued magic. I really don't want subdued magic. Wow, I got extra horns. Oh, I never lost subdued magic. That's so lame. Getting subdued magic sucks. I guess it's okay if you're gonna be casting in like body armor or something. But overall it just sucks because it makes your spell deal like much less damage. Makes them easier to cast but much less damage, and at the end of the day easier to cast doesn't really matter after a certain point in the game. With that being said, I guess that's a win. That's a win of no melee skills. No melee skills, actually no weapon skills at all. Jin Conjurer, that's a one-on-one for me. Another one-on-one Jin. We got 2 of them, and the Jin Ice Elementalist died in Tomb 3. Yeah. With that being said, I think it's time for me to call it a night. Let's just go ahead and win the game. Um, 6 hours and 15 minutes. It took me a while. Yeah, it was a pretty fun character. We got to use a spell that I pretty much have never used before in the form of what's it called? The form of haunt. Yeah, haunt I've never used before, and it really does melt everything. Like the fact that it makes things slow is like such a big deal. Um, yeah, Conjurer is very strong. Like Mystic Blast is amazing. Mystic Blast is like the MVP of that book. I pretty much never used the other spell, Fulminant Prism, but I did use like a lot of Mystic Blast. In fact, I'm gonna get my log, and we are gonna see how many times I cast Mystic Blast. Mm, let's see. Mystic Blast, Mystic Blast. I cast it 3,694 times throughout the entirety of the game. The second most cast spell for my character was Searing Ray, and I cast it 317 times. And the third most cast spell was, believe it or not, it was Haunt. I cast it 153 times. I don't think I've casted that much in my life. Well, that's kind of what happens when that's kind of what happens when you don't get good spells. Like in my opinion, the spells that I got like were not that good. Hydra form is just not good at all, right? And in addition to that, um, Blade Hands is good if you're going for it. Like if you're not going for it, it's not a good spell. And the same goes for Dragon Form. If I had gotten Manifold, I would have definitely committed to the Manifold Dragon Form plan, but it didn't happen. Um, has to be Haunt. Hey, Canine is on that list. Yeah, shoutouts to Canine. Um, Yeah, let me get you the log so you can take a look at it in case you are not on the Discord, because I did get it from the Discord, but there it is. With that being said, I think that's gonna be it for tonight. As usual, if you're not following, you should consider following because it's free. And if you are already following, you should consider subscribing. You don't really have to do it. I would appreciate it if you do, but you don't really have to do it. Um, I will be back tomorrow, a bit later than usual. Um, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow a bit later than usual because Jen streams tomorrow. So I usually go online about 10 minutes after Jen ends. So if you're interested in like checking out the stream tomorrow, you can just open the stream at my usual time, and I will go live as soon as she ends, pretty much. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Let's see who we race tonight. Um, Yeah, I still have no one to rate. I need people from like Europe and stuff to get me a wraith target. That really would be useful for me. Mhm. Mhm. Awesome stream. Thank you for that, particle face. Hey, look at that! Someone actually followed. Boink, bonk, bink. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the content. I have a very consistent schedule, and I pretty much always play Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, even though I've been playing a couple of other roguelikes and roguelites off stream. I only recently installed FTL and Crypt of the Necromancer, Crypt of the Necrodancer. I've tried both of them already. I'm kind of pretty bad at both of them. But I can kind of see why people like them, and I also kind of like them a bit. I don't like them as much as Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, but I like them. Yeah, I also love Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I've been playing for like 10 years, and yeah, like the game keeps bringing me back. It has gone through quite an evolution in those 10 years, and I feel like as it is right now, it is quite good. And I would recommend it to pretty much everyone because I feel like everyone has something to gain from playing that game.